Here.
Here.
Aquí.
Here.
Here. Here. Here. So in honor of Dr. Hill being here, can she lead us in the pledge? It's here on our agenda, so we did it now. All right. The first item on our agenda is to have a discussion about the superintendent search process. We'll have a brief presentation on the timeline, what's happened so far, and what the next steps are, and then we can ask any questions. So, Leadership Associates, take it away. And I believe the timeline was attached, it's on our website, but it was also attached to the agenda item.
There it goes. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor to be here with you this evening, and Kent and I are pleased to give you a little update on the search process. As we were taking a look at the timeline, it doesn't seem possible, but it was September 26th that we were here last with you. Time flies when you're having way too much fun. So just to give you a little review of what has happened up to this point and what will be to come. When we were with you last time, the board directed us to adjust the timeline that was initially presented as a draft to allow for a longer time for more input sessions and a longer amount of time for online surveys. We heard the board loud and clear that you wanted extensive community engagement. So with that, staff, parent, student, community partner engagement input sessions were scheduled throughout the month of October and November. There were 98 groups that were invited to provide input virtually. There were 6 in-person sessions, 3 at Muir, 3 at Pasadena, one on November 29th, one on November 30th. The online survey ran from October 27th through November 17th, which was a longer amount of time than is typical. We had 877 respondents. That community engagement process was extremely critical because that all of that input fed and informed the creation of the position description, which is a very valuable recruiting tool. Important to know what the board and the community, parents, staff, students, community partners believe are the most important qualities necessary in a new superintendent. So that informed the creation, the development of the position description. We appreciate the board's thoroughness and thoughtfulness in looking through those documents, which then was posted. So with all of that input, potential candidates could take a look at that was posted on the Leadership Associates website and the Pasadena Unified website to have people have a clear understanding if they thought they were a good match. In addition to the development of the position description, all of that community engagement input also will inform the development of the interview questions. So the interview questions that are just being developed right now by Kent and Rich and myself will reflect the input that we heard from the board and from throughout the community engagement sessions. Which brings us to the current timeline. So the draft interview questions will be provided to the board on April 1st with a request for the board to complete whatever changes they would like by April 8th. That'll give a full week for the board to take a look at those draft interview questions. That again will be for reflection of what we heard from the community engagement sessions. The deadline to apply for applicants is tomorrow at 5 o'clock. At this point in time, we have 64 requests for applications, which is a higher number than is typical. As soon as 5 o'clock hits tomorrow, Kent Beckler, Rich Thome Chavez, and I will be deeply involved in a the next labor-intensive portion of this process for us is the extensive reference checks and vetting, because what we need to do is to verify that their track record is aligned to what you and your community have said that they really, really want in a new leader. So we'll be very deeply engaged in that. It takes quite a while to do all of that. That will begin tomorrow. The board will receive a secure online portal on April 5 with all of the application materials from all of the applicants. We just want to reiterate how important confidentiality is for each of these candidates. There are many, many candidates who have called us, applicants, potential applicants, who asked us, is this a closed process? And by that, we mean it's just the board who will be interviewing, because they would not apply. It's very risky for somebody who's, especially a sitting superintendent, but anybody, you know, if their current employer is not going to be crazy about them potentially leaving. So they don't want to make it known to everybody until they know that they're actually, if they have an interview, if they've been selected, because, you know, if there's 64 applications and let's say 6 people are going to be interviewed, there's all those other people that don't have to say anything to their employer. So the confidentiality is absolutely essential. Otherwise, we would not have strong pools. So the community, that means your staff, parents, students, community partners, they have all been very, very, very extensively engaged in the engagement process that, again, informed the position description as the recruiting tool and is informing the draft of the interview questions. So your community has been very involved in this process through all of that. At this point in time, then when it gets to the interviews, then it's the board's responsibility as the elected representatives of your community to make that final decision. The candidate review that will be conducted in closed session is scheduled for April 11th. So we'll provide, Kent and Rich and I will provide to the board all the information that we gather and all of our reference checking and our vetting on these candidates. And we'll present that to you in closed session on April 11th, and then at the end of that meeting, then the board will decide how many and who it is exactly that you'd like to interview, and then we'll inform all of those applicants of their status. The interviews are scheduled for Saturday, April 27th. Again, that's closed session. It'll be a full day process, and we'll be right by your sides to help facilitate that process. The board will approve the contract of the new superintendent at a regularly scheduled meeting in May with a July 1 start date. So all of that brings you up to speed on what has transpired since we were here last. And it has been a true honor and a real privilege to serve this community. Kent and Rich and I learned a whole lot from your folks that you serve in this community. There's a lot of passion, an amazing amount of passion about ensuring that every single one of these kids entrusted to you get the very, very best service. So we're very pleased to be a part of this, and we appreciate that opportunity. And now we'd like to open it up to any questions you may have or any clarification you'd like to seek. Thank you.
I have 2 questions. What's the final deadline for the applications to get in?
Tomorrow at 5:00 p.m.
Okay, so in all of those applications, will we know who or which ones have been in previous superintendent searches? That's something I think we will need to know.
Okay, I'm just going to take some notes here.
I'm not entirely sure that we would have that data, because there are 4 or 5 firms across the state that do searches. So we would have no idea what searches they were in or what.
Can you ask the applicant?
I don't think you can do that legally.
Can you ask for me to find out?
We'll find out.
Thank
We'll find
you.
out.
You might find out.
We'll do everything we can to find out. This last Monday, every one of those potential applicants who request an application receive notification from our office to remind them that the deadline was tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for all of your work and for being here this afternoon. So you mentioned that you got 64, you received 64 interest cards or whatever. How many applications have you received to date?
16,
16 out of
Actually, 19.
19.
They're coming in, and the usual experience is that tomorrow,
you're going to come in?
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's true.
I had a question for the board. So on April 27th, when we're doing interviews, should we be looking at a venue other than this room? I mean, are we happy to do it here? What's thoughts on that?
I think it should be off-site.
I'm happy with a free space.
And I'll say that I think that it should be off-site for purposes of being able to protect the integrity of the process, protect the confidentiality of candidates. And I think that you will serve yourself well to not have it be in a place that's super open and accessible in that way.
Is that normal in your experience? Do you,
It's been done both ways. If the district has the facility where it can be done, because confidentiality is a very, very important priority, we go to great lengths to ensure that the candidates don't run into one another. So we stagger their arrival time, and then we have one of us greet them and then walk them in one way, and then the other ones walk out the other way. And we're, we text one another to make sure they're not going to see each other. So if there's facilities here that can provide for that confidentiality, but some choose to have it either a hotel or a city community place that they don't have to pay any fee for, that provides greater confidentiality.
The item or the meeting is posted as a closed session, and so on occasion you will have the press that will, or others that will be there. So, I mean, we make every effort to keep the confidentiality, but you cannot prevent.
right, sure. I mean, it's a posted meeting, it's a closed session meeting, but people still get to know where it is. So I guess I would say I don't have a strong opinion about location, and I would say that whatever staff and the board president work out with leadership associates that seems to work from their perspective would be okay with me.
I think this building too has 3 or 4 entrances, and we have many rooms. So it would be an easier place. If we go somewhere else, there may be one entrance and one hallway, when I'm thinking of the other places we've done retreats.
Oh, Westina. So my only concern about having it here is that they have to walk through past people to get to, so folks are going to be, oh, it's on a Saturday. Oh, well then, it doesn't matter to me, but I like outside, but it doesn't matter. I'm fine either way.
Well, in terms of cost, I mean, we could look at another school site or another facility, as long as it, kind of helps with the entrance and exiting. All right. I wanted to ask a question about, so oftentimes, well, I don't want to say oftentimes, in the past, I'm familiar with a team from a school district going and visiting a district where perhaps a candidate is currently a superintendent, or sometimes there's 2 finalists who meet community. Is that, I don't know, maybe that's not done as much, and I don't know if it really fits in with our time frame, but are you seeing a potential for post-interview but pre-decision steps?
So at the conclusion of the interviews, typically what happens is the board will have one final candidate. The candidate is not the superintendent because the board hasn't done the follow-up visit or taken action, but you do have a final candidate. It is then customary that the board does go to that person's site as many or as you would like. And and then the candidate will invite people to come in and talk with you. And you'll have some requests in terms of who you'd like to meet with. And so the purpose of that is just to validate that what the candidate said in the interview is actually the case. And then when that's done, then you enter into negotiating the contract and then so on and so forth. Not everyone goes, not everyone has that, but from our perspective, we think it doesn't hurt. That it's probably a good thing to do.
Can you say more about what you include in your vetting of potential applicants?
Each applicant provides 3 letters of recommendation and then 5 additional names as references. So those are the folks that we talk to. In addition to that, because you have Rich Thom Chavez and Kent Beckler and myself serving you, but we also have our other 17 partners altogether. And we meet every other Tuesday morning, so we also tap into our Zoom calls and talk to our partners who know people who know these people to ask. So we're, it's not just about the names that are on the application, but really looking more deeply at folks who have worked with them, currently working with them, who've worked with them in the past, so we can see if what these 5 people are saying it's congruent with the people who've worked with them in different capacities, just to make sure that the track record is verified and that the track record is aligned with what it is that you and your community have expressed as a desire.
In addition, the candidates, everyone's going to have good letters of recommendation. Because, who applies for a job and doesn't have a good letter of recommendation, right? And so we do follow up with some of them just to kind of validate what we have heard. But the real deep dive is the connections that you have out and about. So, we want to talk to somebody who's worked with this person, who's experienced this. We want to talk to people that are not on the reference list that have some firsthand knowledge of that. In addition to that, we would do an internet search, and then we have a couple of legal documents that they have to disclose anything that has happened personally. So.
One of the questions we ask of all the references, there's many questions, but one of them we ask is, what would critics say about this person? And we preface it by saying, there's no human who's perfect. Nobody bats 1,000 every day. What would critics say about this candidate? That's telling.
That's helpful, thank you.
Thank you so much. Bear with me, I have maybe 7 questions. So we should expect that 16 to be 30, maybe?
Yeah, I would say
By tomorrow?
probably. Yeah, that's
Okay. And how does that sound to you, like compared to other districts? Is that a lot?
very, very good.
Okay. Like,
64 requests for applications is a very high number. And 20 to 30 or so completed applications is good.
okay. Good. So, you've served many districts, and I'm part of this organization called Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. So it's very easy to find other districts that you've worked with. So I asked some friends and asked them, oh, okay, well, they're coming today. What should I ask? So I'm going to just kind of relay the questions. They've already worked with you. So here are some questions. What is the leadership facilitation at each stage of the process? So I guess that means what's that style of facilitation?
We're with you throughout the entire interviews. And from the very get-go, we've been deeply engaged, first with the community engagement process, which was far more intensive and extensive than typical. And it was a great experience, really great experience, learning from all of your people. This process that we're starting now with the vetting is extremely labor-intensive. So we're grateful to be able to have the three of us that are working on this, but also we have our other partners that are helping us out with that reference checking. But through the actual interviews, we'll be there with you all day long. We'll facilitate that. It's your decision, but we're there to help guide if, there's any questions that you have throughout that process. For the candidate review, we're going to provide you extensive information about the candidates. And as we expressed previously in a board search update, through our vetting, we'll tier the candidates. So those candidates that have a really strong track record, who have expressed, their folks have expressed that that's very much aligned to what you want, those people would be in Tier 1, that they are really, really strong candidates. Tier 2 are those people who have a good track record, maybe not as stellar as those in Tier 1, but those folks they have the capacity to do the job, they just they haven't been like the rock stars of the people in Tier 1. Tier 3 are folks who really they haven't had the breadth and depth of experience to be able to have the capacity to do this job. It's not easy. It's not easy even in a district that's it's impossible for any district. I've never ever met a district that has no issues. Every organization does. But in a more complex urban-like district, you have to have somebody who has had experience. Somebody coming in with very minimum experience is not going to be able to serve you well. So throughout that process, we're guiding you. So on April 11th, we'll walk you through all of that. It's absolutely, of course, up to the board to, if you want to pull somebody up from Tier 2, or even from Tier 3, that's your prerogative. But it's our responsibility to make sure that we provide you with extensive information about, especially those people in in the top tier and in the middle tier. Honestly, for those that have very minimal experience, honestly, we don't spend as much time vetting them because they don't have the capacity to do the job anyway. But those that are in Tier 2 and Tier 3, then we're going to give you all sorts of information on those people.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, given that the team has decided the tiers, that, there could be our
Oh, yeah, it's totally up to you.
gray areas.
We just
that
try
we
to make it
should
easier on
focus.
you, because if you had, every application is pretty extensive. So we just are trying to serve you and, and use our collective experience to help guide you, and then it's up to the board.
So this is what I interpret when I hear some feedback about leadership associates is, what if we need time on our own to, you facilitate a process, we come to some sort of agreement, but we need a little alone time as a board to kind of discuss among ourselves. So what is,
That's your prerogative.
we'll just say,
Yeah, we
can
just
we
need, yeah.
please have a little,
In my 7 years of doing this, I know Ken said it for 12, and I think Rich for 20, but I did have that happen one time, and we're fine with that. We're here to serve you, so we're not directing the process. We're guiding and helping.
and then could there be a little more detail on, so like when I knew you were coming today, I wanted a slide deck, I guess.
Oh.
Maybe this is enough, I don't know, but
I
maybe
told
the
them
process
I
will
told them
be-
they didn't.
Oh, okay, so if there could be a detail on the process that we are about to start, like if we're scheduled for April 11th for
I
the
think we
candidate
had it as an
interview.
update email from you. I can't remember, it was number 10
Yeah.
or
So if you
number
can,
11.
I pulled it out here, actually.
I think it was number 11.
Yes, you're right. Update number 11, dated February 5th.
So we can have that resent to everyone, because
Sure.
we saw it was back in February, so it's been a little while, but maybe as a refresher, if you can resend that would
Sure,
be
be
great.
glad to
Yeah,
do
the
that. It's
question
a
was, can you
3-page.
communicate the process before each session? That was a recommended question I should
Okay,
ask.
before the 11th.
Okay,
And then
so
we-
just
I
a little
mean-
review.
Maybe a refresher, I guess.
Okay, sure.
And then was there a feedback form for specific labor partners, or were they just part of the general stakeholder input?
They were part of the general stakeholder input.
Okay. And I think this was asked before, where there's certain student groups that are maybe the most needy. Is there a weighting of that related feedback to inform the interview questions? And will that be of higher importance or based on the need, the high need of those student groups?
I can tell you that what we heard from throughout the community engagement sessions was wonderfully aligned with one another. It was a pretty harmonious, it wasn't as if, these folks had completely opposite viewpoints than these folks. So that was really helpful. And so what you see in the position description is really a very, very good reflection of what was heard throughout all of these community engagement groups. And the interview questions will be, that position description will really help to drive the development of those draft interview questions.
I would say on the questions, I mean, we give you suggested questions, but quite frankly, you should drive the questions. I mean, you have the knowledge, you have the experience, you're in the community, you're connected with the community. So we're happy to provide, draft items, but you'll know. And so those kids that are in one school versus the kids that are in another school, however you want to do that, I'd encourage you to do not feel any second guessing. You feel free to write the questions. You can write them all. We just want to give you some start to get you started, and then wherever you go with the questions, I think it's up to you. This is your search. We have no skin in the game on the who you pick. We have skin in the game to bring you good candidates, and that these candidates are qualified to do the work here. But we do not want to pick your superintendent. That's you. We'll make a suggestion on the top 5, top 6, top 7, but
You don't want the credit, huh?
you can decide who you interview. Some boards change that around, some boards keep it the way it is. It's totally up to you.
And can we receive the disaggregated report of all the input from the community, just the raw data, so we could see that? Oh, we do have that.
We provided that. I think it was a 71-page document.
Yes, we have it.
It was all the raw data from the input sessions, the community forums, and also the online survey with all of the respondents.
Awesome. And then lastly, the feedback from the trustees was to, I guess we should agree on sort of the ground rules to ensure, like you're saying, the confidentiality, that, if we are going to receive this list of names, we shouldn't be calling, human beings, because they're going to talk to.
That's absolutely correct.
Da, 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 da.
I appreciate you bringing that point up, because that can't
Because it
be
just-
overemphasized enough, that really you've selected us to do that for you, and we've done that many, many, many years. So it's cleaner, as Kent said, the board chooses the superintendent. Our responsibility is to provide you with a really top quality process and a very comprehensive and clean, objective process. And so the final decision, that's completely up to you. But the confidentiality cannot be underscored enough. So we would just reiterate how important it is for the board to let us do the vetting. And you will have the application materials. You'll have the draft interview questions on April 1st, and you'll have a full week, a Monday to a Monday, to do whatever you want with those interview questions and let us know the questions that you can add questions, delete them, revise them, whatever you want. But we just think it's a better use of your time for us to provide you with a draft based on those, on the feedback that we heard. Because really the feedback from your community is an important part of this whole process, which is why when we met with you on September 26th, that you wanted that timeline to be stretched out. So that way there would be more than the typical community engagement process. So we need to be able to utilize that feedback And that's what we'll utilize to draft the interview questions, and then it's up to you to do with whatever you'd like.
So I have a point of clarity here. When we first entered into this process, the point of contact for you, for the board, was me.
Right.
And I don't think it was just because I was president. I'm not clear, but as we've been moving through this process, you and I have been under the assumption that I'm the point of contact. So that's what I've been telling folks. It has come to my attention recently that folks are confused about who the point of contact is because the president has changed. So I just need clarity from the board. What are we doing here? Because we did not vote or have a discussion to change the point of contact from the board.
You know,
That's the board. Are you asking the board to respond?
I'm sorry, I thought the contact was the president and Sergio, so no one said Michelle's the contact ongoing, so.
No one said that I wasn't either.
True, but
It was-
again, the assumption was because you were president.
No,
Maybe that-
I didn't assume that. I don't know if anyone else assumed that. We actually appointed me as the contact. I mean, that was discussed. It wasn't that I was president and I just assumed the role of being the contact. I think the board agreed that I was going to be the contact. You may have said because I was president, but we haven't undone that. So that hasn't been changed.
Okay, well, at some point, someone kind of looked at me and I went, okay. So,
I don't know who someone is, but lots of someones are looking at me and I'm still saying, okay. So what am I saying?
So my thought was that it should be the board president. So I assumed that it would switch when the board president changed, but that was my assumption going in. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
I have a comment. I don't think we should move on assumptions. And, you know, I knew that she was the contact, Ms. Bailey, and I went with that.
I'm not sure what it entails. I mean, I've asked Sandy to provide information to the board. I reached out and asked her to come to this meeting to plan the agenda,
Okay,
so
I-
maybe, I mean, it's not like it's a
But that's why I'm
fantastic,
asking because
wonderful
you're not.
job that I'm
asking
wanting
because
all
you're
for
not
my
the only
own.
person who's in contact with Sandy, which is why I'm trying to clear it up. Because there needs to be a person from the board dedicated to work with Sandy. So since we didn't come back as a full board to say we want the president to remain, or the person in the president's seat to be the contact person, I wasn't under the assumption because I was the contact person. So I continue to act as the contact person. So I'm asking now for clarity from the board, how we should move on this.
If you want, it's fine. Will you then follow up and make sure we have a place? Because I wrote that as my follow-up.
Yeah, you know I have no problem doing that.
Great, I'm going to cross it off my list then.
And I don't have a problem with folks coming to me because that's what's been happening. So, I mean, Sergio, unless you switched gears, I haven't heard from you, but
Can I ask a question? Okay, well, actually, it's not to you, it's to the board, because I want to hear, I want to talk through some of the expectations about the process. In my mind, I have the expectation that we're going to agree on questions, and then those questions are going to have some scoring metrics, and that we're going to have some sort of rubric. A rubric, in my experience, allows for some consistency. And because it is my goal, and I truly believe that we should move forward with the decision as a consensus, I think that a rubric would be very useful in evaluating all of the candidates. It also allows us for more equitable outcomes and for the removal of biases. And so I'm a really strong advocate for a structured process, but I'm not sure if that is an expectation that's not shared, or is out of place, or it's inconsistent with your expectations of the process.
You know, I would like to suggest before we go that way, what is the instrument or tool that you provide to school boards for this process?
We provide to all the board members a rating sheet for every one of the candidates. So each one of you will have a rating sheet for each candidate, and the rating sheet includes each of the questions. Let's say there's 12 questions altogether, so there's a question for, a rating sheet for each question. So that way you can rate the candidates as you go through, and then there's a place for comments. There's also a guide, or not, I wouldn't say a guide, it's a rating sheet that helps you to keep track as you go along, that we utilize as well. You know, some board members love that tool, and others say, I don't really need it, but we provide it for your use on the day of the interviews. So, yes. Patrice. I think I finished that thought. Go ahead.
So to your most recent response and to Dr. Velasquez's point, do you all have something that gives any guidance on how best to rate a response to said question? Because what I hear Dr. Velasquez trying to get at is trying to find some way of creating a common understanding or common language, because if I hear answer to question 4, which in my mind could be a 10, if that's the highest number of points available, and someone could hear the same question and response and say that it's a 2. So where is there guidance for us in terms of saying that there are certain things we should be listening for, criteria or experiences or things that should be included in the response to give us some guidance so that you don't end up with having a objective process that ends up being super subjective because there's no sort of framework in between.
Right, right. I understand what you're saying, and I sincerely appreciate the commitment to having an objective process. That's important. We can provide, we developed a matrix as a result of hearing the real strong desire for a rubric. So we developed a matrix, and then we were provided with a rubric that we can fine tune. I think it is helpful to help guide, because there are 7 of you, and just one additional person makes it a little bit more complex, kind of grows exponentially with the complexity, with different opinions and perspectives on these candidates. So although we haven't done that in the past, for this particular case with 7 of you, and we anticipate a large number of applicants, we can utilize the tools that we've been provided to fine-tune them to help you. Because most of the time, at least in my personal experience, most of the time the board coalesces, not immediately, but once in the interview process, we ask the board members not to talk to each other between the candidates before, not until the deliberation time, just to keep their thoughts to themselves, write their thoughts down on the rating sheet, keep their thoughts to themselves until they see all of the candidates, and then enter into deliberations. And at that time, we ask each of the board members to share their thoughts and why. Why did they, and we have a little tally sheet, sort of a ballot to voting, and we post it up on a white, on an easel. And then we ask each board member to explain why they scored the person that way. So the why is really helpful, and because of that why, then board members will listen to one another, and they, will sometimes say, you know what, I hadn't really thought of it that way. It's a beautiful thing to see how people can just listen with the open minds and open hearts, and because there are varying perspectives on everything, which is a really healthy thing, but to just see, okay, I hadn't really thought of it that way before. So the deliberations are really critical. And a rubric can help can help, because most of the time, people are not wildly apart from one another, but, you know, a couple times it has happened. So we'll assist with that.
Do you have a rubric idea? Oh, sorry.
So I just want to encourage us to be mindful of the time. It's almost 5:15, and we need to be back at 6.
Okay, I just want to comment on the rubric idea. I really like rubric because, first of all, my understanding of rubric is from the context of when I used to be a teacher, and the rubric was usually like 1, 2, 3, or 4. And then 4 being like, you were competent in this area, then 3 was like proficient, and 2 was like really below average. So if we were, as a board, to establish the rubric, it would solidify for us what we all understand to be a 4 versus a 3 versus 2. And I do worry about the bias, like we don't want to create, we don't want to have a scoring system as we are interviewing people. We want to have that really clear in our mind before we start interviewing them. Because it's very easy to just like a person, like, oh, I really like that person, and then all that, you know, objectivity goes away because you just like them. And so, yeah, to establish a rubric to address, to mitigate the biases, I would like that for that purpose. I don't know if there's other ways to eliminate bias. But there's also, I was wondering if it's a common practice to remove the name, and maybe just remove the name so that there isn't, you know, another bias of racial bias or gender bias. I don't know if that's a common practice.
No, I mean, when you're in the interviews, is that what you're talking about? Or,
I think when we eliminate, I guess, are we,
you mean for
Just-
candidate review? On the 11th? Is that what you're
it's just
talking about?
like a paper, right, of their
Yeah,
application?
well, you'll have the secure online portal that have all of the applications from all of, from everyone.
Would it
so-
be a common practice to redact the name so that we are objective, more objective in the merits of the,
On the online portal, you're
It's-
asking?
yes?
It's definitely not a common practice.
But you understand because
understand
this
what you're
happens
asking.
in the corporate world that they, you know,
Redact the
because
names.
we want to have, you know, diversity, and sometimes they see a certain ethnic name and they won't.
Jen, okay, how many more comments are there? Only because we
I'm
need to go
brief.
to closed and,
I'm brief.
okay, go ahead.
Since we're a district that deals with the whole child, I think that a matrix, a rubric, I understand that. I think it's really important. It kind of brings us all on the same page. However, we are a district that looks at the whole child. So that person and who they are organically, how they relate, those are things we have to take into consideration. If we do a total like rubric / matrix and don't look at anything else, then we are basically excising this person's humanity. So the person in the room in front of us, that's the person dealing with every single person basically in this community. So it's super important. Thank you.
So then I guess, so you will provide that to us on the 11th,
Yes,
because it needs to be tailored to the question, the final
Right.
questions, because if
That's
the
right.
questions change, then the rubric would change. And then any discussion of that would be that evening. So I know that the timeline says starting at 6 PM, but I'm wondering
earlier.
if we need to start a little bit
Yeah,
earlier?
a lot earlier.
Because if we're both making a selection of candidates, finalizing the list of questions, and finalizing a rubric, I just don't want people to try and be doing it late at night. So
Correct, correct.
if that's something that people are interested in.
Just want to have some clarification here. So yes, April 11th, we can provide the guidance, and it is a scale that we have provided on our rating of 1 to 4 for the rating sheets, but we'll take into consideration the rubric that we've seen. The thing that I don't have clarity on is the redacting of names of the candidates. We've never done that before.
It's not necessary.
I don't think it's possible, so.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and will you let us know then, tomorrow or on Sunday or Monday, just how many did finally come in?
Yes,
That'd be
yes, we'll be happy to do that.
All right, well, thank you so much.
All righty. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
All right, next on our agenda is public comment and closed session.
Madam President, can we defer
Yes.
to the mayor since he is here? As a courtesy as an elected official?
To do the comment for open.
Yes, please.
Sure.
Okay, just, thank you for your graciousness, sir.
If you don't have a seat, you'll need to go to room 229 downstairs. Next door, room 229, which is down the hall on the left, if you don't have a seat.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started. If I can have everyone's attention. Just want to say there's no report out for closed session action, so I'll adjourn closed session. Call to order open session.
Here.
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 We have about 20 public comment cards, so 2 minutes each, and we'll just go through those. There's some at the item as well, but that'll take a little bit over the 30 minutes, but that's all right with everyone? All right, we'll start with public comment then.
I don't have that. Mayor Victor Gordo, followed by Fire Chief Chad Augustin, Library Director Tim McDonald.
Oh, there it is. All right. Good evening, Madam President, Madam Superintendent, and members of the public. My name is Victor Gordlow, and I have the tremendous honor of serving as mayor of Pasadena. I was actually hoping you'd have an announcement that, you know, our superintendent is amongst us. Thank you, Superintendent Blanco, for your great leadership in the short time that you've been here in that seat. Boy, we've noticed a difference, so I very much appreciate that in the partnership that we're building. So the reason I'm here is to talk about our partnership as a city and a school district. To say, you know, let's recognize that we have a joint responsibility to serve the public, and we're doing so. I'm really excited about the partnership that we're developing in our two agencies. I'm really excited about the partnership as we look to provide more services to the community around Jefferson, around Allendale, around all of our communities. I would like to suggest that we sit down and talk about how we can maximize those services, both through the library, through the fire department, and through all of the city departments. And so I'm going to turn it over to some of our city staff to talk about that. But I do look forward to those discussions, particularly as we get into programs like career technical training, where I believe the city has a very important supportive role to play so that the school district can have the full weight and support of our city as you seek to expand those services. So I look forward to these discussions, and I'm going to turn over to our city manager, if that's okay, to follow me and introduce some of the staff who are here. Miguel Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. I will be very brief, merely to say I want to express my gratitude for the partnership. For those who don't know, I'm also a lawyer and served for many years as a lawyer for school districts, most recently at San Francisco Unified, where I was general counsel. So I understand school work. I understand being a city leader. I understand being a county leader. Where I've seen the best outcomes is where we partner. With partnership comes progress. And with that, I'd like to just very briefly say thank you and to introduce our fire chief, who will be followed by our library director, Tim McDonald. So Chad Augustine, our fire chief. Thank you.
Good evening, PUSD board members. My name is Chad Augustine. I'm your Pasadena Fire Chief. Here to thank you for your commitment to public safety through our use agreement at Jefferson. Our goal has been to make Jefferson a community space. One of the programs that I'm most proud of is our Fire Explorer for Use program. Over 50% of the attendees in this program have been PUSD students. We teach them so much more than just fire and medical skills. The training provides our youth discipline, time management, confidence, and real-world skills that can be applied in anything they do. This past weekend, your Pasadena Fire Department completed its second annual Girls Camp. Over 70% of our Girls Camp attendees have been PUSD students. In these two-day camps, participants learn vital skills and gain confidence that fire service is absolutely something they can do. Another community event at Jefferson hosted by your Pasadena Fire Department is Fire Service Days. At this event, community members of all ages and financial backgrounds can learn vital skills like using a fire extinguisher, basic medical skills, and hands-only CPR. And many of these attendees and their families are PUSD students. Another vital program, can you hear me okay? Another vital program for our Pasadena youth and PUSD students is the Police Department's Police Activities League, or PAL. PAL is a national youth crime prevention program that relies on educational, recreational, and athletic activities to create and promote positive interactions and bonds between the police and youth in our community. Pasadena PAL started in 1999 to combat an increased number of deaths and assaults in Pasadena youth. Since its inception, Pasadena PAL has served over 4,000 Pasadena youths between the ages of 9 and 17, most of whom are PUSD students. I'll close quickly. The low-cost after-school program and summer PAL programs are structured to provide children with positive, interactional, and creative activities. They also most importantly, include transportation of the youth from the PUSD schools to the PAL Center. By partnering with PUSD, the Jefferson facility has allowed the designated activity rooms and provides space to grow this important youth crime prevention program. Thank you for your support on behalf of Pasadena Public Safety.
Good evening. I'm Tim McDonald, Library Director for the City of Pasadena and former public school fifth grade teacher. I thank you for your service to education. In 2021, as you may remember, Pasadena Central Library was forced to close due to a seismic retrofit, and the city looked to other locations to provide needed library services. In partnership with the district, the city looked to the Jefferson campus as a site for library services for youth, teens, children aged 0 to 18, and their families, as a temporary site until we could reopen the Central Library. We're very pleased to be at Jefferson. Your children, our children, the same children that we serve. Other tenants at Jefferson currently include the city and district's collaborative effort, Collaborate Pasadena, the city's Office of the Young Child, and a community group called the Friends of the Pasadena Public Library, all organizations and individuals coming together that serve families and children. The Jefferson site and library programming has, in the past 6 months of this fiscal year, offered 172 programs, serving thousands of people with programs ranging from initiatives for school readiness, early literacy, programs for children with disabilities. The only site, library location currently for the city houses programs for children with disabilities. A parent social hour that connects and lets families learn about resources here in Pasadena for school success. Walking through the doors in the past 6 months, 6,690 community members have walked through the door and accessed over 14,000 books, media, and STEAM kits that are free resources to meet students' educational and recreational needs. Only city library location with a teen location and a summer meal program too. I know it's hard to go through everything in this amount of time. I invite you to come by and take a look if you haven't, to see all the services that we've got offered at Jefferson. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that the Board of Education acknowledges receipt of public comment via email. It'll be made part of the permanent record of this meeting, and it's this thick. Okay, the next three are Jeffrey Caballero, Itzel Montalvo, and Renee Gonzalez.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jeffrey Caballero. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the PAL program. I'm a former student from PAL. I was there for about 4 to 6 years. I want to say that the program really helped me grow a lot. I sometimes was not always the best, but I could say that getting to know and build a bond with not just the police officers, but the youth advisors was really helpful for me. You get to see them. I invited them once I graduated from Northridge. I invited Sergeant Thompson because he had a really good impact on my growing up and was always there for me, pushed me to strive, not just for myself, but for my family and just the future. The program is really helpful because it provides students with tutoring. They get snacks in the summer. Of course, parents don't get a break in the summer. The students do. PAL offers this. It's like from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. They give breakfast, they give lunch, they take the kids to a tremendous amount of activities. And like mentioned earlier, it's not very expensive. So hopefully they get to keep the program and keep the location that they're staying in. Thank you.
Itzel Montalvo and Renee Gonzalez, there's 2 cards for you.
Hi, my name is Itzel Montalvo. I too was a PAL kid. I was there for about 4 to 6 years as well. The police department and the police officers and the youth advisors really encouraged me to keep going in school and my education. They have tutors there. They have free food that they give the kids. It helped me tremendously. They encouraged me with my outside activities from school. They really cared about our academics, and in the summer we do field trips, and we go to places, and there's always a police officer with us whenever we go to the field trip. So personally for me, that was really a really good thing to look back on, and it really helped me believe that, okay, like I'm safe. There's a police officer always at the center, at the field trips, and they really impacted my life a lot. Right now, I came back as a youth advisor because I wanted to offer the same opportunities that the youth advisors offered me and the police department offered me. Going back was one of the best things that I could do for myself, helping these kids with their homework, whether it be academically or mentally. We really, really do care about these kids, and I really hope that this program continues to stay at Jefferson. Thank you.
There's 3 cards for Renee Gonzalez, so I don't know if you want just one? Just H?
That's H, the first one.
There's-
There's 3 items, but this is the beginning, the H, item H. All right? So good evening, everyone. Board of Education, Interim Superintendent Dr. Blanco. I'm here to voice my concern about the layoffs proposal because it's really against what the students need, especially for the school psychologists and the teachers after the pandemic and the need for emotional stability on the students. I have seen a nepotism culture in Pasadena Unified that has lasted over probably 2 decades. There are still staff that came from Houston Independent School, and we know that that school district was taken over by the state of Texas. So the past administration is gone, but we really need to look at the district existing staff from the previous administration and perhaps look at laying off that part of the district staff before the school psychologist, because that will not be fair otherwise. Asking the board recently voted for a $900 million bond that is planning to put on the November election. And we know the elections are business for many people, but the reality in Pasadena Unified is that there is actually absolutely no accountability for taxpayer spending. The Citizens Oversight Committee stood before you not even a month ago complaining about the removal of a vendor that I've been asking for the removal because they're misleading the board and overspending and making you make bad decisions. And the Citizens Oversight Committee was actually defending them, even though they were charging us 2 to 3 times the actual cost. So please look at revenue generating ideas. Do not close the Jefferson lease that is giving us some revenue. Look at other sites like the Peoria that is giving us $0 a month and they have a 25-year lease. That is wrong, and that was done by the previous administration. So before affecting other sites, look at the past and correct the past. Thank you.
Did you want to speak on the layoffs in Jefferson? You have said before, no, it said during the public comment.
We could change that for the.
Okay. Right. Dottie Perchart, Warren Bleeker, and Maria Martinez.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for hearing me. Good evening. I'm here in my capacity as a proud Longfellow parent and a public school teacher of 26 years. I know well the impact the potential move to Allendale will have on the fragile mental health and social emotional wellness of our children. Our children face a mental health crisis exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and academic disruption. Young children thrive on stability and routine. A move to Allendale will require less sleep, earlier mornings, and bus rides. Students may be concerned or worried about whether their families can come pick them up when they're sick or sad. A move to Jefferson will have the least effect on the daily routines of Longfellow families, allowing them to continue many of their morning rituals and maintain afternoon responsibilities and activities. I know school districts have many issues and constituents to consider with a matter as large as this, but no issue, in my opinion, is greater than the social emotional needs of PUSD students and their families. For the benefit of this proud Longfellow community, many of whom are here in this room, keep your word and vote in favor of our move to the Jefferson Elementary School campus.
Warren Bleeker, Maria Martinez, then Jordan Greer.
Good evening, Board, President Kenny, Interim Superintendent Dr. Blanco. My name is Warren Bleeker. I'm a parent at Marshall Fundamental, and I wanted to comment on item K3, the Fiscal Stability Plan. We had our school safety meeting this week at Marshall, and Ms. Tulumian had some concerns with the Fiscal Stability Plan and wanted to convey those to the board. At Marshall this year, there have been many, many successes. There have also been a few challenges. And in order to ensure student success, it's important for Ms. Tulumian and her team to have all the tools possible to assist the students. And the concerns we have are keeping the staff levels where they are. So for example, Ms. Tulumian wanted to stress the importance of keeping the number of clinical social workers and not losing any clinical social workers from Marshall. In addition, it's important to keep the counselors we have. It's also very important to keep the RTI coaches. We currently have 5.5 full-time security guards. We really need 8 for the size of Marshall, and we certainly don't need that to be reduced. This is also has to be looked at in the context of the other security issues at Marshall. For example, we don't have all the security cameras we need. I know there's a plan in place to add security cameras, but that hasn't been implemented yet. In addition, there are technology issues that prevent all the administrators from viewing all the camera angles. So all of that needs to be looked at. But definitely in terms of staffing, Ms. Tulumian and her team needs all these individuals to help keep Marshall the great school that it is. Thank you very much.
Maria Martinez, then Jordan Greer, then Kelly O'Rourke. Okay, Jordan Greer.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Greer. I'm a parent at Longfellow. I have 3 children in 2 different PUSD schools, and I'm here to comment on the potential move of Longfellow to the Allendale School. Traveling to Allendale, regardless of busing or drop-off, would be a significant disruption to our children personally, as they all have different schedules, different after-school activities, different sports, and so on. This would be an additional time impact on us, both in terms of transportation and the children's schedules. I believe that I believe that the disruption to schedules and timing should be considered in regard to the move, and that would be a significant impact on various families, especially if you have multiple children with 1 or 2 that go to the same facility. it's fairly easy to deal with, but when you have to cross town and spend additional time picking them up, dropping them off, sometimes when it's in the middle of the school day, it's a significant disruption, especially when people have to work and, do other things throughout the day. Thank you.
Kelly O'Rourke, Jackie Brown, then Eugene Wrong.
Good evening. My name is Kelly O'Rourke, and I'm here as a member of the Longfellow community and a proud PUSD parent. If you are here to support Longfellow temporarily being relocated to Jefferson, please stand up in solidarity and show your support. The public's trust, once compromised, is very difficult to regain. The trust of parents, caretakers, students, and staff is vital to the success of this district. And you cannot effectively do your job as trustees without it. If you lose the public trust, the trust of these stakeholders, how will we meaningfully move forward together? On February 1st, this board made a commitment to our kids and our school. You voted to use Jefferson as the swing space for Longfellow's modernization and for other schools on the east side impacted as well. We are here to ask the board to stand by your word. What is the value of your word to our community? Are you a board of integrity? What is the value of the board's commitment to our kids, and what is more important than a child's primary education? I tell my kids that it's important for them to be true to their word and to be people of integrity, and we need you to lead by example and keep your commitments to our community. Stand by your vote, stand by your commitment to our kids. We have collected over 300 signatures in support of item I-1 tonight, most of which come from parents that really wanted to be here but had work schedules that were difficult to change or childcare issues. I've also submitted this electronically. We ask the board to vote yes on item I-1, approve the termination of the lease, and stand by their February 1st decision, selecting Jefferson as the interim housing location for Longfellow and future schools. Thank you.
Jackie Brown, Eugene Wrong, then Emily Stowe.
Good evening, everyone. I don't envy you tonight. You have a tough decision to make. But I ask that as the school board, that you prioritize our students and our families first. Jefferson is not only the right location for Longfellow, it's also the right location for other schools east of Los Robles that are scheduled to follow Longfellow in their modernization. Allendale is in the furthest southwest corner of the district. It hasn't been used consistently as a school for more than 2 decades. And in the superintendent's own words, it needs a lot of work and renovation. Sending families and parents unnecessarily to the furthest reaches of this district makes absolutely no sense when you have an available swing space at Jefferson, which is central and conveniently located near the 210 freeway, and was last used as a school in 2020 and has been better maintained than Allendale. From a financial perspective, it is also unclear why the district would choose to invest millions of dollars in Allendale as a swing space when to date there appears to be no future plans to use that space beyond the temporary relocation of 2 to 3 elementary schools. It does not make sense and is not financially responsible for the district to burn $3 to $5 million of Measure O money in addition to the millions in transportation costs when there is no plan for long-term use of the site that would afford the district a return on that substantial investment. The remaining few $100,000 on the city contract pales in comparison. And in fact, I think you can have your cake and eat it too. I don't think you need to say no entirely to the lease. We would love to have library services there. You could invest the same amount of money it would cost in busing in a smaller section of Allendale to provide to the firefighters and the police. I got into this in detail in an email that I sent to each one of you on Sunday night, so you can look at that. But please support our schools, support our children and our families. Please terminate the MOU with the city and make Jefferson an available swing space. Thank you so much for your time.
Eugene Wrong, Emily Stowe, then Ryan Tin.
My name is Eugene Ruane. I live at 1882 Los Lunas near the Jefferson School. I'm glad you're giving us this opportunity to hear what you're giving up by moving back to Jefferson. I don't think you had that perspective at the last meeting when you voted 4-3 for the original, you had a plan, you have an opportunity to go to another place besides closing down what's become a model integrated services multipurpose center with thousands of people in that area, close to a metro station and so forth and so on. If I'm not mistaken, at least according to the paper, the Longfellow Elementary School compared to the elementary Allendale, the difference is between 3.5 miles and 1.5 miles. I don't know if that's what I'm reading here. Anyway, I'm glad you're going to see that what you're giving up is a model, and it's a model for the future of the city. Any cities that have built these multi-purpose centers like you're cooperating in building, that you've been very supportive of, have become known as the most efficient way to provide services. When they move the public health people in here, it's even going to be better. So I'm speaking so for you to reconsider what you've done in terms of the memorandum. I think you ought to continue with the memorandum and look for the other opportunity that you have. You have another place to go. These other programs don't. And if you continue the library services, I want to put a plug in for the bookstore that's also associated with that service. That's also located at this facility now. It's not in the paperwork that you received. So thank you for the chance to speak and recognize that you're making a big decision here. It's not just about, what school to go to. You have a model program that you're engaged with in partnership with the city. You're going to give that up by getting rid of this memorandum. Thank you.
Emily Stowe, Ryan Tin, Henry Greer.
Okay. Hi, my name is Emily Stowe. This is my 8th year as a Longfellow parent. First, I wanted to thank the city, the fire department, and the police departments for all their great services. It's really unfortunate that we can't all occupy Jefferson. I hope you will understand the huge impact of the commute. My son goes to Blair, right next to Allerson. At Allendale, and if you haven't done the commute, I invite you to do it every morning for 9 months, Monday through Friday, and see what kind of an impact that is. Exactly. And I look forward to partnering together in the future in the best interests of our children. So I wanted to speak in favor of terminating the MOU with the city about the Jefferson Elementary site. Jefferson is the logical choice for our students and also the students of Webster and the other schools east of Los Robles. It's closer. We can save almost $2 million a year on busing. And there's a smaller risk of lost funds due to absences and students leaving the district. I don't think anybody's mentioned that yet, but every time a student leaves the district, that's $14,000 a year. Absences every single day counts. And whenever my student, my daughter Eleanor, has had some absences this year, and when that happens, I get this letter from the district summarizing when she was gone, and it says, Eleanor is an important part of our school community. We want to partner with you to help Eleanor attend school every day. Tonight is our chance to help hundreds of students attend school every day by choosing Jefferson as the centrally located swing space. Thank you very much.
Ryan Tin, Henry Greer, Jonathan Gardner.
Excuse me. Ryan Thea. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan Thea, and thanks again for Mayors and Library Services and Fire. We appreciate what you do. But I also wanted to talk to you guys about what we really think is really important for the kids. So I'm a parent of apparently Longfellow Elementary School. We have one going. In a couple of years, we have another one going. So, it was a tough choice for us to consider public school. We're pretty brand new parents. So I think we made a right choice over the last few months. We've made a lot of friends. We've gotten to know a lot of families. We're really, really close. And as you can see, a lot of us are here. So back in February 1st, I came to speak to the board about the move to Ellendale. And I also went to the city council when we hear about Dr. Blanco and city having a private conversation or closed door discussion to voice our support to terminate the contract. I'm again, hauling all the kids and family here because this is really important to us. Only a few of us are here because not a lot of us can make the trip to here. We have a lot of family obligations. It's hard to find the babysitters. So again, I'm here again today to ask the board to let our kids to be temporarily relocated to Jefferson instead of Allendale. And a lot of us are going to talk about the same issues, the same challenges, but I'm going to highlight a few things. The crosstown move to Allendale will bring a lot of hardship to the families, especially our children. A lot of us do not drive, and we juggle multiple jobs. So being able to squeeze out that half an hour here and there, it's a big deal for us. 500 kids, parents, adding 2 hours a day, that's about 300 hours. Anyways, not to include a lot of other reasons. So I strongly urge the board to vote yes to relocate Longfellow to Jefferson Elementary School and do what is best for our kids. Thank you.
Henry Greer, Jonathan Gardner, and Mady Banuelos.
Hi, my name is Henry Greer. I'm a student at Longfellow. Me and my classmates want to go to Jefferson instead of Allendale. All of you said that you wanted what's best for us. Jefferson is what's best for us. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board. I rise to speak against the 8 reductions in force on for psychologists, as well as the reductions in force on special ed teachers. I really think that given the large number of settlements that we've had in the last several years, we need to make sure that we are not setting ourselves up for failure for the coming year, or that we're going to have to replace that cost with contracted services. I've already expressed my concerns that I do think we're already spending a bunch of money on contracted services regarding psychological services, and I do not want to see our members replaced with contractors, which is unfortunately the reality currently with speech-language pathologists, and I don't want that to now happen with psychologists. So I would urge you to cut that part from this, or as soon as possible, rescind those notices, because we really need our enthusiastic new psychologists to remain in our district. They will leave if this gets drawn out into a long process, and we will still need them. And we will be hiring in the fall, and it'll be really upsetting to everyone. Or we will be dealing with the problem of more settlements, which is equally as upsetting. The last thing is, I really do believe that we are over budgeting in contracted services right now. I think we're not going to spend nearly as much as we currently have. I've already expressed my concerns to Dr. Blanco. They've been relayed to Udo. But I really think that you have the money to be able to afford these critical positions, and I hope that you will move to remove those from the list or bring them back as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Mady Banuelos and Connie De La Torre.
Hi, it's my first time coming here and talking. I'm a little nervous, but I'm here for the safety of my child and the safety of our kids from school. Sorry. I'm very concerned about what's going on in Marshall or any other school, about the violence that's going on. My son experienced an assault on January 22nd, and there was nothing that was, nothing was taken care of, you know what I mean? And it's very concerning that they have like 70 cameras, and I believe out of those 70 cameras, there's like 23 that are working, which we don't know if they're really working or not. And it is very concerning as a parent experiences this type of hurt or assault to our kids. What else can I say? And yeah, it's the safety of our kids. I mean, no kids should be going through all this kind of hurt or trauma, because he was in the hospital. He was hurt. His brain was swollen. His large blood vessel from his eye was popped. So it is very concerning. Hopefully they put more security, and so our kids could be safe, because it's just insane what's going on. And that's my, I'm sorry, I'm just nervous. But yeah, that's my concern as a parent, because it wouldn't be nice, nobody else to get hurt, or either a parent or a child to be experiencing this type of trauma. Thank you, and I don't know if I explained myself good, but I just had to put it out there. Thank you.
Madam Superintendent, is there staff that's available to talk to this parent offline? Okay, thank you.
Connie De La Torre.
Yes, me. Hi, you guys. My name is Connie De La Torre, and good evening to all these, the members of the board, the city superintendent. I'm at this district for more than 40 years, and I have a passion for education. And they taught everything what is important for us to go to Jefferson. The thing is, that worries me, people has very good relation with me, and they already tell me, they say to me, if you guys move us to Allendale, we want to lose those families. They want to go to charter school or another school. They told me already, because they have I have a good relations with them. And I want you to put a hand in your heart, because you're 550. I respect the police. I'm a friend with the libraries. I love the libraries. I love the PAL program, the police officer, the young people. I love it, because I have a passion for education. But we're talking about 550 kids. The most of the half of those Jeffers, those Longfellow, they live 2 blocks from Jefferson. Imagine all those kids going to Allendale? It's not possible. Please, please. I know that you know me, that I have a good heart, and I respect everybody, and I'm here begging you, please, begging you, they please pour out our school, all our kids at Jefferson, because that's the best place for them. Our school is doing really good and excellent. We have music, we have harmony, we have conservatory, we have art programs, we have the Lord that has so many programs for our kids. But if we go to Allendale, we're gonna lose a lot of kids, and then we're gonna have the programs if we don't have students. I mean, the district already had a budget crisis. And then, please, I know it's my time and I always talk to you, but I want to come and talk from my heart. Thank you so much, and please, please, move us to Jefferson, because that's the best place for our kids, and I respect the other organizations, but please, thank you so much.
All right, that is the end of the public comment for the open session, for the open public comment. Did it say for the item? Yes. Okay, and the item will be very next. We're going to the action item right now,
I put in yeah, oh, I did it, okay.
we're going there right now. Approval of termination of memorandum of understanding with the city of Pasadena concerning the former Jefferson Elementary School site. That's quite all right. And is Mr. Carrasco going to do a brief presentation or speak, or? Okay, his name was on it. I just wanted to check. All right, so we do have approximately 20-some public comment cards on this item. If there's, I'm sorry. Sorry, 9. I'm assuming we want to hear them before we start our discussion? All right, hang on one second.
Okay. Adrian Bass, Jesse Dahlstrom, then Paul Backstrom.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Bass, and I'm on the board of the Friends of the Library and a library commissioner for Council District 2. I am also the manager of the Friends of the Library bookstore that's been mentioned a few times. I just want to briefly tell you that I spent approximately 25 hours a week for the last 4 months, from September till January, moving books, sorting books, shelving, and training 30 volunteers. And honestly, I think it would be absolutely horrible if we were closed down and we had to move. All of my volunteers love helping the community and love being supportive of the goals. Our customers are very dear to us, especially the families who are able to purchase books for their children at very low prices. I would also like to point out that the Friends revenues come from 2 sources: membership and book sales. The revenues supplement library programming at 10 branches. And since the store has been closed for the past 3 years, the Friends have had to dip into our reserves, which are getting very, very low at this point. We provide a very valuable service to the community and to the library, and I hope we can stay at Jefferson. Also, as a taxpayer, I am concerned about thousands of dollars that were spent to renovate Jefferson for the various departments that moved in there. And if you close down the library, the bookstore, and then we're going to be closed down for another year, and then it's going to be thousands more dollars renovating new spaces. And, well, so please allow us to stay at Jefferson, at least the library and the bookstore. Thank you.
Adrienne Bass, Jesse Dahlstrom, and Paul Backstrom. Oh, who was Swanee Barriola?
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi comentario va a ser en español. Esperaba si alguien había para traducir. Gracias.
Espérate un momentito, le voy a llegar a la persona.
Okay.
Okay, sure. Jesse Dahlstrom?
Hello, Board. I spoke at the last meeting, and I will say it is quite a disappointing feeling to be standing here again. Instead of stating the obvious of why this proposed move to Allendale feels like a very bad idea, I'm going to spend my 2 minutes explaining to you what the culture of Longfellow is, in hopes that you will understand how devastating it would be to tear apart this school community. Our school is full of families that ride hard for public schools, and full of families who choose to send their kids to this school for a myriad of reasons. It is also full of families that live close by, have no other plausible options for school, and need this school not just for their child's education, but for their family to thrive. And all of these kids from every part of the spectrum live in community together and learn together, and that to me is a beautiful picture of how public education should work. I am on the PTA, and there have been many moments when I am sitting beside other parents who are from all different backgrounds, ethnically, socioeconomically, their nationalities, and we are all working together to provide a more equitable world for our kids, and I truly believe we're doing it. If this move to Allendale goes through, it will greatly fracture our school community. I will be fine. I have a flexible schedule and a car. I have a dual income household and I can make it work. But I worry for the 70+% of families that cannot say the same. Those families are an integral part of our school, and if we make it too hard to come to school, kids will leave. They will find new school communities, have to find new friends, new routines. Why would we do anything that can why would we not do anything that could prevent that from happening? I understand the reasoning behind not wanting to ruffle feathers with the city, but the firefighters can find another place. The library can find another place. No one is saying that these aren't wonderful programs and also benefit our kids, but Jefferson is a school campus and schools are an asset for children and should be for all students. The mobility of these groups is far greater than that of these families. I urge you to please make a decision that is best for the kids in the district. That is your job and that is your responsibility. Thank you.
Paul Backstrom. Oh, sorry. Not yet. Let's see, Swanee, was it? Swanee Barriola.
Buenas tardes a todos. Ya es mi segunda vez, ¿verdad? Aquí en este lugar luchando por el bienestar de nuestras escuelas y los maestros.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today is my second time fighting and advocating for our students and our teachers.
Soy mamá de dos estudiantes de la escuela Longfellow, lo cual como mamá estoy comprometida al bienestar de mis hijos y estoy aquí para pedirles a ustedes que consideren, ¿verdad?, que nuestra escuela Longfellow sea removida a la Jefferson.
I'm a parent of two students of Longfellow Elementary. I'm committed to the well-being of the students and my children, and I'm here to ask you to transfer the kids over to Jefferson.
Personalmente, mis hijos, sobre todo el mayor, que está en tercer grado, ha tenido que sufrir muchos cambios. Mi hijo en el pasado era alumno de la escuela Jefferson, lo cual a él le encantaba su escuela. Estuvo 2 años ahí en pre-kinder, adoraba su escuela y sus maestros en esa área. Tuvo que moverse, ser removido a la escuela Longfellow, lo cual esto tuvo un impacto también en su estabilidad emocional.
My third grader has experienced a lot of changes. He used to be a student at Jefferson as pre-K kinder? From preschool and kinder. He suffered a lot of emotional instability after the move.
La escuela Longfellow nos acogió muy bien, el programa que ellos llevan, nos sentimos bien recibidos y esto hizo que facilitara la estabilidad de mi hijo en la escuela y pudiera crearse como un buen estudiante.
Longfellow embraced us and has helped us make us feel welcome and helped with his emotional stability.
Luego se viene la pandemia, otro impacto para nuestros hijos. Tuvimos que desde casa poder complementar su educación y para ellos fue una alegría volver a la escuela, volver a la Longfellow. Hoy en día que hablamos que puede haber una mudanza a una escuela que está muy retirada de nuestro vecindario, lo hablamos y es un problema para nosotros como padres, como también la estabilidad de nuestros hijos al movernos en un largo tráfico de nuestras comunidades a la escuela Allendale.
After the move, we were impacted by the pandemic and had to go to virtual learning. We were happy to come back to Longfellow. Coming back and going back to a school that's too far for us is going to create a lot of issues.
Por eso estoy aquí representando sobre todo a mis hijos, porque el poderse mudar a la escuela Jefferson personalmente trae a mi hijo una estabilidad de un lugar que ya conoce. Esto en una plática personal con él, sabiendo el cambio que debe haber, decía, mamá, pero ¿por qué no nos movemos a esta escuela que está más cerca? Nosotros podríamos incluso hasta caminar y poder disfrutar del viaje de nuestra casa hacia la escuela y no estar en el estrés de un tráfico que va a conllevar mudarnos hasta la escuela Allendale.
In conversations with my son, when I talked to him about the potential move, he asked, why can't we just go back to the school that we used to go to? That would bring up stability. We can even walk to school, enjoy the ride, and just be in a shorter commute to the school.
Así que les pido como mamá y de nuestros hijos y todos los que estamos representando aquí a la escuela Longfellow que tomen en consideración podernos mover a la escuela Jefferson, tomando en cuenta también que esto reducirá los gastos de transporte y que se pueden utilizar en otros recursos para nuestra escuela.
As a mother, I'm trying, please hear us out. I'm here representing not just myself as a mother, but the community to consider the move to Jefferson. This will also help in reducing the transportation cost.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Paul Backstrom, Caitlin Mahofer, then Janice Siegel.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable board members, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad that you can be here tonight. We are your constituents, hear our concerns because these are your kids here, so thank you for being here. The city outlined a number of programs tonight, which I'm sure are fine programs our family regularly uses, the library and park system. But respectfully, those concerns are not and should not be the primary concern of this board. I think it's worth reminding ourselves that the district's value statement begins, our students come first. Our decisions are driven by what is best for them. Nowhere in the 5 value statements that follow that does it say we aspire to be the best tenant we can. It doesn't say we will put the benefits of our public agencies first and foremost ahead of our children. There are 3, possibly 4 if the next ballot measure passes, East Side elementary schools that will potentially need to be relocated in the coming years. That's almost 1,600 students. If the city doesn't understand that student needs come first, then they are failing our children. And I would ask you, please don't be their accomplice. You have the ability and the authority to provide a proximate campus for the benefit of our students and families. Please, 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 prioritize our school communities who don't just need this site occasionally, but will need it on a daily basis for years to come. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Caitlin Mahofer, Janice Siegel, Nazario Yepes.
I am the parent of a current 3rd grader and 5th grader at Longfellow. We've been with Longfellow for 6 years. We've loved it from the very beginning, and we love it more every day. This, frankly, is heartbreaking that we're here discussing this. One of the main reasons we chose Longfellow was because of its association with the Harmony Project. We love the Harmony Project, but it means our kids are in really long days. They're at school from 7:50 to 6 p.m., and they already come home exhausted. I can't imagine what it would be like if they had to bus to Allendale and then bus back. Harmony Project also has a lot of programming that involves parents. They try to do a lot of wraparound services with the community. They do music classes for parents. I don't know how people will access that if we're at Allendale, because it is quite a commute. I also want to talk about how much Longfellow has just blossomed in the last couple of years. Our community is amazing. I go around the neighborhood and I see parents of little kids, and I'm talking to them about Longfellow and how awesome it is. And they're so excited. And I've been talking to my next door neighbor who grew up in that house. She went to private school, growing up right where I live, and then to La Cañada High School. And now she's taking a chance on Pasadena Unified Schools because of Longfellow and where it is and how amazing it is. And you're gonna lose those parents. You're gonna lose them not just because of logistical issues, because they want to be able to walk to school, but you're gonna lose those parents because of the betrayal of trust. Like, why would anyone that had the option to choose homeschool, charter school, private school, wanna deal with the possibility that their kid's gonna be relocated across the district? Thank you very much.
Janice Siegel, Nazario Yepes, and Elsa Singh.
Hi, I'm Janice Siegel. I'm the president of the Friends of the Pasadena Public Library, and I want to thank the board for this time, and I want to thank all the parents for being here. I'm a former PUSD parent, and I taught for 38 years in East LA, and I had to be moved, the whole school had to move in '87 because of earthquake damage. So I understand how very hard it is to watch your school relocate. However, I am here to advocate for the Friends Bookstore. The Friends of the Pasadena Public Library is not a city agency. We're a nonprofit, and if your children go to or use the services of the summer reading program or the multicultural heritage months that we have 4 during the year, Wi-Fi hotspots that we purchased during the pandemic, One City, One Story, these are the programs that we fundraise for, and part of it, a large part of it, an important part, is what comes out of that bookstore. And so I am asking you to carve out a place for us to stay, the library and the bookstore, because I think that we serve a very big community, not just that area, but across the city with the programs that we fund. So thank you very much.
Nazario Yepes, Elsa Sainz, and Renee Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Elsa Science. I'm here as a parent of 2 kids at Longfellow. I chose Longfellow as one of the schools because I got the opportunity to go there for 6th grade. And it was an awesome school. I went to another different elementary school for PUSD, and fell in love with Longfellow. So I felt like my kids should be part of that community. Grew up in the same school that I went to, even though it was only for a year, but it made a major impact in me. My kids have gone through a lot in the past 4.5 years. Longfellow has embraced them. Longfellow has helped them grow and become young ladies that are amazing. Some of my family members are even considering of moving back to Pasadena to be able to attend Longfellow. I, as a parent, volunteer there. Math Power Hour, I volunteer in the classroom for my kids to help out the teachers, and I see how much impact it has on the kids when a parent can come by and swing by for a few hours or a few minutes and do a quick spelling test with them. Study their sight words. Work over math with them and with their friends. It makes a big impact. Moving to Allendale will take that opportunity away from me and from my kids and from a lot of the 80% of our socioeconomic background people that are in our community. Jefferson is a better fit. It's easy to walk there. We have library services, and I hope we could keep them. And I'm pretty sure we could come up with a right program of how we could both have at the same space. I urge you to please vote for Longfellow to stay at Jefferson. I was really happy to hear that you guys voted yes on February 1st. February 1st, as a single mom, I couldn't be here. I had to bring my kids this time, but last time I had to work. I do 12-hour shifts. So having those days where I'm off and being able to walk to school, spend that time with them and their friends, it's a big concern. It's a big impact, and I love it, and I don't want to miss that. And also, if the school moves to Allendale, I will have to pull my kids out and probably go into homeschooling, because I don't have the option of having family members to help me in Allendale as I do at Longfellow. Thank you for your time.
Renee Gonzalez. Jefferson, yeah.
Thank you. Good evening again. I'm here on this item in support of underprivileged walking communities and to ask the board to sit down with the city officials, the city of Pasadena Fire Department, and everyone involved and try as much as possible to modify the lease agreement. Jefferson site has the biggest capacity in elementaries in the entire school district. It has like 900 student capacity. Longfellow has like 400 student enrollment. So please find a way to make fit both of them and try to come up with like a hybrid library concept, that can serve both entities. And just try to work together with the city on any opportunity like the IRP, we can put solar farms, large solar farms on the Wilson site and many other sites. But basically, to undermine the walking communities and to make this swing space process not having the focus, the main focus being the underprivileged families, is the wrong thing to do. The same thing happened with Roosevelt. I brought you a almost 200 person survey that they said that they wanted Roosevelt. And the families that came here to speak on behalf of Franklin were on payroll from Madison Elementary. It was the Zumba teacher, the community assistant, so that's not the Madison community. The Madison community needed to go to Roosevelt, and that was totally dismissed. And then it was stated by board member Yarma that she was okay with San Rafael going to Franklin. So I don't think a single board member can make a decision for an entire community. So again, please make sure that the children and the underprivileged families are considered for this decision, and consider again Roosevelt swing space for the Madison community versus extensive transportation expenses. That is bad governance. So thank you.
Thank you. One more?
Zoe Wall, is that, there wasn't a mark. Was that at the item? I mean, yeah. Okay.
Hi. Hello. Good evening. My name is Zoe Wall. I'm 8 years old. I go to Longfellow Elementary School. I'm in 3rd grade. And I'm here because I think we should go to Jefferson because it's way more closer instead of Allendale. Because Allendale is way too far, and if we arrive there late, we'll miss out on everything. So I think Jefferson's a better choice.
All right, here we are. This isn't Mr. Cahalan?
Okay, if someone told me a few years ago that at some point I would be adjudicating a conflict with a library, I would have thought that they were kind of crazy. And I think they still would be, because both our staff and the city staff seem to think that we can make the library and a school work. And for the reason that Renee pointed out, Jefferson's a very, very large site. Unfortunately, I think it's interesting to have TV cameras here when we have an issue between the city and the school district. We don't get TV cameras here very often. But it's an unfortunate feature of governance in the state of California that we have to do everything by agendaed meetings. So we're really not supposed to run across the street to the city council and talk 2 or 3 or 4 of us and come up with a handshake deal. So one way or the other, a conversation like this is going to wind up on an agenda. I had lunch with Victor today, and I apologized a little for the unexpected high fastball on the inside because the changing of the swing space to Jefferson was my idea, and I didn't communicate that to the city first. But the right place to do it is via the agenda anyway. So I don't think that this is a battle between city services and school district services. I don't think we need to make it into that. I do think there's plenty of unused space in the district. PALS has been at other locations in the district before. We can certainly find a home for them. The fire department, one sort of wrinkle for the CTE program is it kind of, in my opinion, sort of belongs on a high school campus, and we do have room both at PHS where CIS used to be, and we have a lot of empty space at Muir. You guys could build a whole mock house there and burn it down in that extra field if you wanted to. So I think there are ways forward here other than simply terminating this and saying everybody go home and bear grudges about it. Another wrinkle that came to the board, which members of the public don't know about, I'm not even sure if everybody on the board saw the email because it came in today, is since we did not have a 7-Eleven commission and we did not declare Jefferson a surplus site, we really can't do an exclusive lease. If we're going to do a joint use agreement with the city, there should be some level of school presence there. So I think this is a chance for us to sort of break out the eraser and take care of a bunch of our mistakes and also improve our communication with the city by modifying the lease terms, allowing the library to stay. I believe it should be possible to also let the Friends of the Library stay. Unfortunately, the pickleball courts will have to be closed during school hours, and I know from talking to people on Parks and Rec that will be its own community relations problem. But we could still leave them open on the weekends. Again, we'd have to modify the MOU for that. And I'm happy to find another home for the fire department. So I don't know what to lump that together when we talk about action item K1 and this discussion and the I1. It's sort of all munged together in terms of touching each other. But my recommendation would be that we proceed along those lines, that we use Jefferson as swing space, it's not just about Longfellow, it is about all the schools east of Los Robles. We keep as many of the city services there as we can. I think we could probably make room for Young and Healthy as well, which belongs to me, in my opinion, kind of at a school site. So I think we can do all of those things. I'm interested in hearing from my other board members about what they think about that sort of proposal, but before, it might behoove us and be good for the public to hear the staff's responses to whether both the city staff, because they happen to be here this evening, and our own staff, if they think that that's reasonably possible. So I'll pause in my conversation and kick it over to staff.
Could certainly let the city staff speak, but anything's possible, Mr. Kalen.
And speaking on behalf of the city, as I said, I hope our partnership can continue to grow, and part of that is a great partnership I have with Interim Superintendent Dr. Blanco. I'm happy to work with her and her staff on seeing what's possible for sure.
So I visited the Jefferson site, and they were all there, and it was wonderful. And one of the things that struck me about being there was the amount of effort that was put in for all the children of our community. And I toured the firefighting section, and I did note that 70% of the girls in the girls' firefighting camp, 70% of the girls are PUSD kids. And that in PAL, the Police Activity League, 90% of the kids are PUSD. So these kids are our kids too. They're here. And the library is set up for 0 through 5 story time. We need people to read to little babies. And it's a thriving space. And one of the things I've noticed since I first came on the board is that we did not have a good relationship with the city council. And that hurts a school district. It's very important that we partner because the Pasadena Unified School District is a democratic institution, just like the city council. And when we work together, we make things better for all children. That said, I was on the senior defense team, I did a couple of them at Pasadena High School. And one of the girls who was graduating said that she'd been leaning towards nursing, but now she's leaning towards firefighting because she took the camp at Jefferson. And when I said to the two teachers, this was very interesting because I just was at Jefferson yesterday and saw this incredible training camp, and they're centrally located so they can send teams of firefighters into the city because of that central location. They said, well, we have another girl here at PHS who wants to be a firefighter, and we told her there was this girls' training camp, and the girl said, I've already signed up. So I was really happy to be there. And one of the things that I also wanted to say is we have an incredible opportunity with Measure O to upgrade our facilities. And I have looked extensively at all the information coming to me, and we have buses, and these multi-million-dollar renovations are once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. And what they do is they make our district better for the children in them. And I am so excited for this. So to see this happening has been just really upsetting to me because I know that our relationship with the city is important. It's also important that we listen to our parents, and it's been very difficult for me to go through this. Because we did sign this lease and we're looking at asset management because we want to lease out more of our sites because we can no longer depend on the state and the feds to support our public schools in the future. Those days are over. We must lease our sites. So that is what I wanted to say about this. And thank you.
I think I have a lot of points that I would share with Mr. Cahalan. I want to acknowledge that these are great services. I don't think they're new services, and this was one of the reasons that I think we felt the Jefferson MOU was a positive thing when we did it, was because of the library, the main library having to be closed, and that, you know, because we had space, it was something that we could offer. But now, we need this space for our students, and we do have other spaces available if that is something we can work out with the city. We also can be flexible in terms of when we need this. So while the MOU has a 90-day termination, I believe what we said is either November or December. So I think there's time to work out other solutions. I think we do want to be accommodating and allow library services to stay. But actually, it was interesting. So this first came up at the November meeting. I thought it was December, but we first mentioned Jefferson as an interim housing site for Longfellow at the November 16th meeting. And again, it was a item that came to us to approve for interim housing, and the first motion was to go to Jefferson. And then we tabled it because I think we wanted to think more about how are we serving the students and families for these decisions that are pretty important and can have an impact, as we've heard, on students and families. In looking to the future, I think it was after the November meeting that I realized, wait a minute, all of these other schools, they're not only east of Los Robles, they're east of a lake. And except for Longfellow, they're east of Hill. So it suddenly became much more important to have a site that was closer to where these schools are, in our planning, I don't know that we can say, well, those were the two sites we happen to have available, and so we should just go with them. And I do think that the fact that Jefferson is in better shape and will save us money should be an important consideration. We do want to make the Measure O money stretch as far as it can. You know, I think, and I do want to look at how, well, I think we need to take care when we make agreements in the future, because we had the wonderful asset management presentation, it helped, I think, clarify a lot of the ways that we can share space, our options for doing joint use, joint occupancy, other things, but it helped clarify what some of the processes should be, and I'm not sure that we followed them here. And I think it's important, you know, I know we are talking about asset management. I think one of the reasons we're talking about it is to help supplement, as we said, the state and federal not being as much funding. I think joint use, the agreement that we have, its main focus really has been on recreation and parks, and I think that's a great way to partner with the city. But we may need to be a little bit more responsible with our space and try and have a better income stream if we're not using it for our own students.
So my motion would be that we direct staff to terminate the existing MOU, which is on legal shaky ground anyway, but to sit down with our compatriots from the city over there and work out a space plan, which we would have to anyway, because part of the existing agreement was that we would give them time to move if we broke the lease. With the eye towards making sure that the fire department academy gets some space, that the library stays at Jefferson. I'm assuming that's possible at this point, and that we use Jefferson as the swing space for all the rest of the schools. So that's my motion.
So, so the only thing he's adding to the thing that we have on the table is working with the city to provide other alternate space at a PUSD campus for the
Correct.
fire
Yeah.
academy. So in other words, it's the agenda item plus that.
So we're amending it?
Yeah.
Okay, I am going to make a request that we kind of stick with our agenda items as they are, because the amendments get a little complex, but that's for a future, conversation.
All right, I'll second.
Sorry, I need you to repeat that, the amendment, please.
So I'm moving to terminate the existing MOU, draft another one that includes having the library and the Friends of the Library and Young and Healthy, if we can fit them all there, at the Jefferson space. Use the Jefferson space for the swing. There's a lot of factors involved. There's 3 action items here, and they're all kind of tied into each other.
Well, hang on. So the board has approved Jefferson as the swing space for Longfellow at our
Okay.
prior meeting. So let's leave that out for now.
Fair enough.
So if we do this, and again, the only part I heard that you wanted to add to this was
Find space
work
for the
out
fire academy, yes.
an agreement with the city for space for the fire.
Can we please, it's getting too convoluted. Can we stick to what we have here on the agenda? Let's vote on this item.
Okay.
And then let's talk about what the next steps would be after we get through with all of this. But I think.
So there's been a motion and a second.
Can I ask you to withdraw your motion, please? This is too convoluted.
Well, again, it's
I think
adding
I
one
think
thing
that
to the agenda
the
item.
city manager and the mayor would like to leave this meeting knowing that we're going to have an MOU
But
regarding
it
the
doesn't need to
services.
come in this motion. It doesn't need to come at this item.
But we
This
don't-
item is strictly for us to vote on terminating the MOU with the city. That's what it is. We need to keep it clean, we need to keep it clear, so that there's no question moving forward what our decision was.
Okay, so you'd like to have an agenda, oh, all right. Well, I'm happy with my motion, so I'm going to leave it on the table. We can vote on it, and then we can have another one if we need it.
Mr. Kalen, could you restate your motion, because I think you changed
Okay,
it?
I'll make it
And I want to be
very,
sure we have it
very
right.
straightforward. Kim makes the point that some of it's already included in another item. So I will move, we terminate the Jefferson MOU as it stands and direct staff to write a new MOU that includes as many city services as can fit at Jefferson, and the rest can go wherever. That's my motion.
I'll second. And again, the board report we have says the city could continue the site use until mid-December. Staff believes with minor space adjustments, the district could accommodate partial use of the site by the city for continuation of library services. So we have a master joint use agreement, and so those would be amendments to that master agreement, just like this one was.
Point of information, so if this fails, can there be a motion for just the termination? Okay.
So there's been a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
We did walk the site with the intent, when you made your original motion, to see what could fit there. And the reason that it says the library services is because we had a map of what Longfellow needed. So I don't want to give the city the false impression that a lot more could fit there. Maybe the Friends of the Library Bookstore, and I think we looked at relocating the office of the young child behind a building. But Longfellow, he has a lot of space needs. So I don't want the city to think that we could accommodate more than.
Well, thank you all for coming, those parents, community, and the city. Longfellow Elementary School, which I want to remind everybody, has 551 students. 551. As the Longfellow community has reminded us, Longfellow has 84% socioeconomically disadvantaged students and the highest number of socioeconomically disadvantaged students compared to other PUSD elementary schools. 94% of Longfellow students are minority, 78% are Latino, 11% African American. While students at Longfellow may come from anywhere across the district, the data shows that, in fact, the majority of Longfellow students actually live in the neighborhood. This heat map shows that Longfellow is a neighborhood school. Notably, there's a high concentration of students living in close proximity to Jefferson. Why would we disadvantage 447 students who are already socioeconomically disadvantaged when we can make their learning easier? Our mandate as a school board is not to be city first, it is to be student first. Let's give 500 Longfellow students a neighborhood school by relocating them to Jefferson. Give young minds the extra sleep so they are ready to learn. Give them an opportunity to start their day right by allowing the opportunity for students to walk with their parents and caregivers to school. Improving parent access to school ensures active parent engagement is maintained in the Longfellow community. Studies show that parent-family engagement is the top factor in determining student outcomes. Partnerships between schools and families can improve students' grades, attendance, persistence, and motivation. Research shows that this is true regardless of family's race or income. I want to take the opportunity to thank the over 50 parents and community members who took the time to write an email to me. Your voices matter. Your stories and perspectives make a difference, so we, the board, can make a fully informed decision. And special thanks to the genius staff member who figured out how to produce this data. This heat map makes the choice clear to us. I believe in our heart of hearts that us, the district, the city, want what's best for our students. This is not an either-or decision. Let's prioritize school district resources for our students and seek the next opportunity for collaboration with the city. I understand that our staff has been in ongoing talks to look for a new site to house the city services. A yes vote means putting students first. That's our primary job. As our vision statement says, we will transform education to empower students to succeed. Thank you.
Roosevelt the same way.
If there's no other discussion, then we can move to the vote.
I am struggling. I understand fully what I signed up for when I decided to run for the Board of Education, and that was to serve students and to serve families. Clear about that. I also was very clear that our community had a disconnect in terms of the way in which we interact with, engage with, and function with our local government agencies. We live down the street from our council members, the mayor, et cetera, but we don't talk to them enough. And we need to figure out how do we work across organizations, across agencies, and I'm going to include Pasadena City College, I'm going to include the legislature, I'm going to include the county, et cetera, in terms of us looking at being strategic and thoughtful and reflective in sort of how we are collaborating together to serve similar communities. And that's an area of growth for all of us, all agencies included in the community, I would say. My other challenge tonight is that we have had discussions about asset management in terms of being able to gain a really comprehensive inventory of facilities in the district, across the entire district, to figure out what is available, what is it being used for, who is there, how much square footage are they supposed to use, how much are they actually using, and is the current configuration of uses the right fit for us? Because once we know what we have, we may find that there are even better and more available options for us to be able to figure out how do we serve the needs of all of our students and families across the district. And right now, that's an unknown answer for me. The third thing that I'm struggling with is that Longfellow families have come out in full force, but what I struggle with is that Madison families are also being relocated for the purposes of their modernization. Construction is not easy. Construction is not convenient. The backside of it is going to be fantastic, but it's going to be shared pain for everybody during construction. It is the same as if you were renovating your home and not being able to live in your home for a temporary period of time. We are not suggesting that you have to leave Longfellow forever. My challenge is that it sounds as though we're making accommodations for Longfellow that were not on the table for Madison. And to me, it sounds like, if you don't mind, we have decided that one community's advocacy is worth more than the other, and that is not right to me. From an equity standpoint, if we're talking about serving families that have needs, it's just not right for me to decide that one family's voice is worth more than the other. So if we're going to start putting options on the table, then I think that everybody needs to have access to same set options. They had 3 tours. This is not a dialogue. This is right now for us to be able to have.
Can I have the
conversations, if you don't mind.
community in the audience not speak?
As board members, we take this responsibility very seriously. We understand all of us understand the profile of our students and of our schools very well. We're very familiar with the needs of our learners, of our families, and our communities. And because of that, we are in a position of celebration. And I want to keep the tone of this conversation as a celebration. Because of all of the arguments that you have brought here, and because of our understanding that Longfellow is a valuable school, a strong school that we support, Longfellow was chosen to be renovated because we want to invest in your community. None of us have any doubt about this. We believe in Longfellow. We're proud of Longfellow. We believe in that investing money in Longfellow is an investment in all of our community and in Pasadena. And suggesting anything other than that is a disservice to the relationship that we have with the communities that we represent. Within the frame of that, I think that we're having a conversation about a short-term move. And I feel for the passion and the investment and the emotion that we all feel for our schools. I feel that at every stage of my kids' education. I grew very attached to our preschool. I am very attached to my kids' elementary. I am very attached to the kids and the families. But I want everybody to keep in mind that none of this and this process is not a punishment for anybody. It's not punitive. It's a good thing because ultimately what we're doing is investing in your school and prioritizing your school so that you can have the best school in the district.
Okay, I just want to say that I appreciate everyone who's come out this evening, taking the time to come out and advocate for your school, city, mayor, staff. I appreciate you being here. And I actually agree with my colleague, Dr. Velasquez and Patrice Marshall McKenzie. But what I want to say is I really believe that this time the recommendation, the original recommendation from staff was fair and ethical when it came to relocating these two schools. And I am very disappointed that we are here where we are tonight having this conversation about a temporary, maybe year and a half to 2 year move, a temporary move to another site while your school is being renovated. You're the first in a long line of schools to come. My concern is that with the actions of some on this board, we have managed to upset the balance, like that windstorm that came through today, of 3 different entities in this community. And we should not be about that kind of business. I believe our goal as governors over this school district is to always promote scholarly, academic attitudes and conversations. That means that we educate. We need to see ourselves as educators if we don't, because we are the leaders of an educational institution. This was our time to say to our constituents that this is the best move. It's the staff recommendation. We support the staff's recommendation because you know what? We have confidence that our staff has taken every consideration necessary to support your children, our children, the children of this community with this decision. They're doing what's best for our kids every day. And if we, as a board, don't trust that our staff is doing that, then we need to go and have some serious conversations. Because there are a lot of changes that need to be made if that's the case, immediately. So I am feeling challenged right now. My heart goes out. I read the emails that came, and I was so overwhelmed that I could hardly respond to them. But one email that jumped out at me was the one that claimed that Longfellow won. You won. That hurt my heart. Because guess what? I've talked to Madison families who don't feel that way. They don't feel that they were treated fair by the board's actions at our last meeting. And I understand when families get upset and want to leave the district because we've closed the school, because that's permanent. But when I hear families say that they want to leave the district for a temporary move, I'm perplexed. I don't understand what more it is that I need to say to help you to understand that these actions are temporary and in the best interest of everyone involved. The city provides services to PUSD students. Every student in this community that attends a PUSD school and is receiving services from the city should be considered. Their parents should be in this room as well right now, because everyone is impacted. So I'm challenged, but I believe that the city's initial recommendation was the right recommendation. I'm sorry, that the school district's recommendation was the right recommendation, because it was balanced, it was well thought out. It was balanced, it was well thought out. And it's, hold on, you had your turn to talk, it's my turn. Thank you. And it considered every site, every entity, every service, everyone that this decision is going to impact tonight was considered in their initial recommendation. The city was not, Jefferson was not, because it was being occupied by the city that was already providing services to our students. The other thing is, and I'm going back to something you said about the 7-Eleven committee. We're in a lease. I believe the 7-Eleven committees prior to, I guess the last one we had was in 2017, around the time I first got on the board, because I got on the committee. But every 7-Eleven committee where I've looked at their outcomes or their next steps for the district gave permission for us to do everything but sell the property. So we leased the property. I don't think that we're in violation of leasing the property. We can go back and look at that. But I just would like to caution the board moving forward that before we do these kind of actions, we consider how it's going to impact everyone involved. Everyone involved. Because just as you all are situated and comfortable with the neighborhoods where you live, we've allowed the city to lease property where that community has gotten comfortable and used to them being there and taking advantages of the services that they provide there, where it's centrally located to students who go from whatever schools they're attending in Pasadena to that location. And it would probably, well, you know what, I'm not gonna go into that, we can have that at another discussion, but I just wanna say, tonight, it's a challenge to sit here. All kinds of things go through my mind when I think about the families who were impacted by school closures, and they got nothing out of it. Some have to take 2 buses now to go to a school in their city. And this is so temporary. And we're providing transportation. The city's lease is up in 2027. We'd come back and revisit the lease once we got closer, I'm sure, to that expiration date. But to be where we are now, it's just, it hurts. It hurts you, it hurts me in a different way from how it hurts you, obviously. But it does hurt. And I hear what you're saying. I received your letters. I read your letters. But I'm going to tell you tonight, I am not going to support the termination of the MOU with the city. Thank you.
if we want to call for the motion, then we need to vote for the, so all in favor of calling for the vote? All right, we're going to move forward then with the vote. All, I understand. Move to approve the termination of memorandum of understanding with the City of Pasadena concerning former Jefferson Elementary School site and work with the city to find. Tina, stop. Stop, please. And work with the city to find a place. Tina, stop.
State of California Community
Excuse me, please. And work with the city to provide fire, space for the fire academy. All in favor?
State of California Community School.
I'm gonna have to ask people to leave if they can't control themselves.
You should be ashamed.
Excuse me. All right. Is there another motion?
All right, I'll move to cancel it with no addendums.
I'll second. I know. All in favor? Well,
She's confused, so let's be really clear.
He made a motion
so
to,
he made a motion to approve the termination of memorandum of understanding without an amendment. And I seconded it. All right? All in favor of approving the termination without the amendment for the fire academy? 3-0. I'm sorry. All against? Fails 4-3? 3-4, sorry.
So our last action was to terminate this, so it's currently terminated. Our last action at the last meeting was to terminate the MOU.
that was not legal.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm not clear that it violated. I didn't go back and watch the tape, but
I did. It wasn't on the agenda.
No, I know it wasn't
We
on the
voted on.
agenda, but I wasn't clear it was the motion either.
It was illegal.
I know Dr. Blanco said, oh, but then we'll have to terminate the lease, but it wasn't clear that was the motion that was on the floor. So, but the motion that was on the floor was about the interim housing. It had nothing to do with the MOU. So I'm not clear if someone's going to make another motion or not. Oh, so I'm sorry, so then we don't need anything.
Well, we designated Jefferson the swing space, so we have another action item, so.
That's what action K1 is, but we were going to go to J1 first if we could, unless you want to proceed to K1. Okay. So, Dr. Velasquez requested an agenda item to consider whether the board should ask staff to prepare a recommendation to move the district office to Jefferson School Site in 2028, when the MOU with the city is at its end. And so I don't know if Dr. Velasquez wants to talk to the board about that.
Yes, I think that it's important that we have that conversation now, especially if we're considering a new bond. I think that it's important for us to determine what is needed in order to move the central offices to another location, preferably to Jefferson, but I am open to any other location once the lease expires. So I think it's a conversation that is worth having before we determine how we're going to move forward with the bond use and allocation of resources. So it's just something that I want the board to consider.
I think I'm open to the conversation, but I'm not sure that we know enough right now to make definitive decisions about where exactly we can be relocating. As I said earlier, I think that we have a picture to put together. And once we know where all the puzzle pieces are, I think we might think about how we reconfigure things to make it fit. And I don't know that we know that just yet.
I think that I'm sorry.
It's okay, go ahead.
As I saw some of the information very briefly because we just received it today, there are some set expenses that are associated with moving this building, and I would like to know what the expenses would be, no matter what the location, where it ends up being. But I think it's a good way to start looking at our properties, right? And instead of going to the community and saying, we're gonna close your school and we're gonna use it for something else, start by applying those rules to ourselves and say, this is a location where we don't have to displace families and that we could potentially relocate, how much it would cost to move the facilities or the infrastructure in this building so that we can accommodate central offices and elsewhere.
I just wanted to say that since we're going to have this asset management plan, and yes, I agree with Dr. Velasquez on this, and I'm really happy that she's bringing this up because I really want to see a very robust plan of all of our assets and what we're going to do with this site, and I think it fits in nicely with that. So I think it's so important for us to always be talking about this. So I think that's good, but I'd also sort of like to, you know, the asset management plan is very, very important, and we've set that in motion, and that's going to come back, and all of our sites will be on it, and we'll be able to see which ones are empty, which none are, and and how to reconfigure, and all the complexities of this building, which are great from what I'm learning.
I thank you for pushing this through as well, Dr. Velasquez. I think the thing about Jefferson was it was between Jefferson and Wilson before a few years back when we were talking about relocating the district offices. Jefferson was the school that was most central to our families outside of the Hudson location. So that's why that one is the one that, you know, I brought up and we were talking about it. So, but I agree that we should wait for the assets management to come through. Let's look at what we have. Let's come back and revisit it based on, you know, what comes out of that. So, but I appreciate it. Thanks.
I think I would agree that I think it might be premature to come back with a recommendation about it until we have a bigger picture from asset management, but understand whether it's feasible from a size. And the only thing that I hear about that I don't understand enough about to know is about moving all of our ITS and et cetera. So, but Pat's not going to tell us the whole story about that. But I want to understand. So unless I'm hearing differently, it sounds like we're interested in this, but not. It doesn't need to come back until we've heard more about asset management.
Yeah, I'll just very, very briefly. So during the discussion about the property swap and moving out of the Ed Center, I think the last cost estimate we saw was $6 million to move out of this building. And that, I talked to TJ about it, and he said the biggest part of that is the assumption that if we're moving to another school facility, we have to pull in a lot of infrastructure. Because our school buildings are not built to be offices, right? They're built to be school buildings. So converting them to office space and adding conference rooms and a room like this is all quite expensive. So I would just say that back during that discussion about the property swap, one of the things that we talked about was swapping the Ed Center for a package of property, one of which would include office space here in Pasadena, hopefully, that would already have in place all of the fiber and the wiring and the appropriate number of conference rooms and mounts for overhead projectors and everything you need to run an Ed Center, as opposed to converting an existing school, which is very expensive. One of the other difficulties is typically our previous bonds, I cannot remember if this is a legal requirement or if it's just the verbiage that we chose, but I believe it's a legal requirement that we can't include building administrative space. But that's certainly been part of our verbiage in the bonds that we've already passed. So if we are going to move the Ed Center out of this building to any location, we have to figure out how to pay for it, because we can't just go to bond funds for that. So that was one reason why we talked about doing it with a property swap. So I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but it's not cheap to move out of this building. But the other thing that has been shown to us consistently is the cost to maintain these old buildings is rather significant, and it is probably not, although everyone in Pasadena loves our historic buildings, it's probably not a good use of the district's limited funds. So I would agree, yes, we should bring this back. And I think, well, the mayor's left, but Vanya's still here. I think the city is very interested in what's going to happen with the Jefferson site after the lease is up, because as they pointed out, they've invested some money there. I think they may want to extend it. So that should be part of this conversation as well.
All right, did you want to add some?
Yes, as part of our asset management study, we did talk to them about doing an assessment of what it would take to move out of this building. That is something they can do, but they said it's always better to have a place where we're moving to, instead of doing it like piecemeal. So I do think that's a consideration for the future. Albert has been giving me a great education on dark fiber built under the ground. And I think in our last report that I sent you late today, because we found it late, it didn't talk about that. So I'm guessing the dark fiber wasn't there when that report was done, that was something that was added later to upgrade the internet and connections. So that's something that we haven't looked at the cost of. I do think there were some things in the older report that might not apply. And depending on what we want to do with this building, we could, as part of a deal, have request payment for them to pay for us to move, right? Depending on what it might be used for. And then I think lastly, I would say we have to check on the historical situation here. Somebody has brought that up, and I don't know that either of the reports include that information.
All right, thank you. Well, then we will move along to item K1, which was a contingent item, and we will need to use it tonight. The approval of the Longfellow interim housing site being Allendale. Item K1.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'm just going to say again that I think this is a worse than suboptimal result, and I don't think it's going to add much for support for another bond that we're telling more than half of the city that these are the sorts of decisions we make.
Not on this side, okay.
I think that all the property that we own and maintain has to be upgraded and upkept in some way. And we're either going to invest dollars to upkeep it now for some future use, upkeep it for swing space, upkeep it for some other thing. If it's going to be considered a part of our inventory, we've got to be able to maintain it and put some dollars into it. So I think that we are looking at doing so now at an accelerated need because we have to use it for swing space. But at some point, there was going to be the need to be able to put some, to do the rehab and do some necessary upgrades to it. So I think this is just the time that's going to necessitate this work.
I had a quick question.
Wait, there's a public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it wasn't on this item.
This one is in this item, no?
Okay. All right, did I miss one, though? I didn't miss any, right? Okay. On this item, we did receive an email talking about the the cost of busing for interim housing, and I think it talked about the source of the funds could come from Measure O. And I think communicating to both sites what we'll be able to provide for busing will be important. But I wanted to understand if it is going to cost, and I think it was 3.6 for each set of schools. So we'll be doing that 3 times, so that's like $10 million. If we are gonna take that out of the bond, can staff kind of bring back and show us where that's going to come from? Well, it was 1.8 for each school, two for the year, 3.6, and then we do that 3 times. So that's, just so that we're all clear, so that we've allocated that money as we're going down this path. I was under the assumption that since we hadn't allocated it in the bond, it was going to come out of general fund, and then I was gonna ask Mr. Udo to make sure that we put it in the reserves. But if if that's a decision that you think we need to make between whether we're spending bond funds on it or general fund, although we may not really have such a choice as.
But I have a clarification question about what you just said. So the buses are gonna be used no matter what location we send the kids to, right?
Yeah, so since we're on this item, I was saying, as we're moving forward with interim housing, and now we finally got the information about how much the busing is going to cost, I want to.
So this is a new item for agenda? Is this a new item?
No, she's just bringing it up.
So
It
again,
feels like
we
a
got
new
the
item.
information about the busing in conjunction with this meeting, it felt like. And so I'm just saying, I hope that something's going to come back so that we understand where that funding is coming from. I think as we communicate to the schools, here are the final decisions, giving them an understanding of the accommodations we are going to make for them would be useful. Maybe others don't agree.
That seems okay. I just don't understand how it is within the discussion of the motion that we're trying to vote on.
Well, I think, so part of the conversation is that what we received is a projection, like what it would cost to move everybody. In the case of the two schools that we've already identified and the swing spaces we've already identified, it's probably going to be reasonably close to that. There are, as pointed out on the map, there are Longfellow families that come from out of district. Some of them, their parents will just drive them to Allendale instead of driving them to Longfellow and having them take the bus. I frankly don't see that as happening. But there is a question of some of the other schools, like we already know that there's a big difference between Longfellow and Don Benito, where most of Don Benito is from people that are outside that neighborhood. Some of them already come from other parts of the city that are closer to swing spaces. So those folks probably wouldn't drive to Don Benito to take a bus back across town. So it's kind of an upper bound.
I understand.
Yeah,
And
but
again-
I also get the point that Kim's making, which is, as it stands right now, the 5-year Measure O plan is spending all of our money, and here we're talking about adding somewhere between $4 and $10 million to the cost of the projects we've already approved.
And again, I'm very grateful that staff gave us this information now, because like I said, all I'm asking is that now that we have this information and now that we've finalized this, or about to finalize this decision, that we ensure that the funding is in place to enact it.
So I agree that this is a different agenda item, and yes, we can come back to the board, and you can decide if you want it to come out of Measure O or General Fund. And at that time, Mr. Carrasco will have maybe more of an idea of what the upgrades cost, if we know where we're going to upgrade, and we're looking at possibly using the $1 million per year after the original upgrade to offset the transportation, but the board hasn't made a decision where they want to charge it yet. You asked a question if it was allowable at Measure O, and it is allowable.
I want to call for the vote.
You want us to vote on calling for the vote, or do you just want me to ask if there's any more discussion, and then we'll just go to the vote?
I guess I want to vote for calling for the vote because.
All right. Do we want to vote on this item? All in favor on voting on the item, because we're calling for the question? That's what I said. I just said that.
So there's a motion on the table.
I know.
Okay, and
So,
a second.
That's what I asked.
And that's
I
to
said-
approve.
I said, can we just do that?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
You know, all this discussion, it just boggles the mind.
I'm sorry, yes, let's vote.
Can you repeat what we're voting on?
K1. Do you need me to read it? Okay. All in favor?
Approval of Regis, yes?
You do want me to read it?
She wants to read, okay.
Approval of redesignation of site for Longfellow interim housing during modernization of campus and authorization to proceed with preparation of planning, scope of development, bids, and procurement. Allendale isn't actually in the title of it. Yes, that's the description under the motion. You asked me to read the title. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, I have no idea if people would like to take a short break or just move right into the second interim budget.
I'd love a break. Yeah.
All right. 7 minutes.
Great.
All right, I'm gonna call us back to order. And we are moving on to K2, certification of the 23-24 second interim budget report. Mr. Udo.
Good evening, Madam President. Good evening, board members. Good evening, Interim Superintendent, Dr. Blanco. Please allow me to present the second interim report to you to affirm the positive certification of our budget. In the agenda, I will talk about some of the overview of state factors that we use to develop this budget, some PUSD specific factors, and some general fund summary contributions. In the budget cycle, we are in March. March, we normally bring to you the second interim budget, which is a revision of the adopted budget and subsequent adoption of the first interim budget, but using data as of the end of January. So it's always a look back. And immediately after the second interim, we start working on budget development and the estimated actual. The impacts of the governor's proposed budget. When I gave you a budget update, we talked a little bit about what the governor proposed. Since the governor's proposal, a lot of things have changed, and the LAO has come out and made all sorts of pronouncements. The fiscal health of the state continues to deteriorate. But I wanted to summarize quickly some of the impact of the current proposed budget. One, on the LCFF side of the house, it would COLA decreased in 1 year from 3.94% to 0.76%. I know the community and the board is always concerned, how come our adopted budget always changes? This is a very graphic example. The state's budget changed, the COLA changed in 1 year from 3.94% to 0.76%. When we build our budget, we don't have the facts that we use to build budget. Then the second impact that the governor's proposals is having is the potential for future zero COLA if one goes by LAO's analysis and other financial bodies' analysis. Then the third potential impact is future reduced Prop 98 allocations. If Prop 98 is reduced, it will have a direct impact on our LCFF allocation. Then on the instructional continuity, there are several new measures that the governor put out. For example, on the TK side, where he wanted to ramp up the 10-to-1 ratio of staffing for TK. However, whether you are getting the full funding or not, it will be required starting 25-26. That's an unfunded mandate, further adding to our deficit spending. LAO proposed several reductions to the programs that the governor is proposing to put on the table. The impact of loss of one-time funds, of course, is negatively impacting instructions at the school districts. And everyone, including FICMAT, school services, LAO, is saying, let's wait and see what the legislature and the governor works out. There seems to be some light at the end of the tunnel, some analysis that I've read, and some things that have been coming out of the legislature appears to be in line with what the governor is proposing, but nobody knows until the ink is dry. What are the risk outlooks? If the state revenues continue to fall, it will negatively impact Proposition 98, as I already said. That's the basis for our LCFF. Currently, the governor is not proposing any cuts, but the LAO has also made it clear that that is not realistic. You can't keep borrowing and spending and not cut at some point. Significant amounts of one-time funds also are coming to an end, and that will have direct impact on school district. Actually, we are feeling that impact right now in the subsequent resolutions that you'll be looking at. What are some of the budget assumptions from the state? This section shows you some of that assumptions in terms of the COLA that we're using, the 0.76. And in terms of the increases, I want to highlight a couple of things out of these assumptions without reading every line. The ones I want to highlight is if you look at the lines that shows CalPERS, you see it goes from 26% all the way to 28.9% in 25-26. So you can see the rate of increase is outpacing the COLA. So that one variable alone is deficit spending waiting to happen. So if your cost is increasing from 26% to almost 29% in 3 years, and your COLA is 0.76%, the difference is you're already in the hole, and that's before step and column, and that's before the STIRS, that's before H&W, and all myriads of cost increases that naturally happen with regular and normal operations. What are the other assumptions we used in building our budget? We looked at our enrollment, and the numbers on the screen are the enrollments we used, and we were looking at about 1.5% attrition year over year in our enrollment. And yes, we are a declining enrollment school district, which inherently aligns itself to structural deficit spending. The revenue we are currently estimating is as shown on the screen, based on those factors in terms of enrollment and ADA. And we intentionally broke it out to show the portion of our LCFF that is base, and the portion of it that is S&C, and the portion of it that is transportation. I want to single out transportation, for example. You can see on that screen we are getting roughly a little bit over $3 million year over year on transportation. But our cost for transportation this year is $7.3 million. But all we are getting in transportation from the state is $3.3 million. There's another contributing factor to deficit spending. So we're spending double what we get in revenue, just in transportation. And then you can see the TK add-on. And the other reason why I broke it out this way, there seems to be a misconception that S&C is a revenue on top of our LCFF. And I wanted to show graphically that our LCFF is made up of base and transportation and S&C. They are all one bucket of money. And then I show the assumption we're using on Measure J. We've been very fortunate that our Measure J typically is around 10 million, but this year I will not be surprised if we get to 11 million. We're closer, we're projecting about 10.9 million by the end of the year. But no one knows what the economy will do in the out years, so the assumption I use for the out years is 10.5. And we can revisit that during budget adoption the more we know. If the revenue is looking higher by the time we get to estimated actual, we can come back and address that. Personnel costs. Yes, in this budget, we built in the 10% raise, and we've been doing a lot of work in terms of the FSP, which we'll talk about later on. And I know that it's a board priority for us to address future remuneration augmentation, and that is something we will address as part of budget development. And we are using about 1% step and column factor. Our H&W and our workers' comp rates are as shown on the screen. So these are PUSD specific factors that we used in building the second interim budget. This is a snapshot of our unrestricted general fund multi-year projection summary. So in our second interim, you can see our revenue, our total revenue of about 220.8 million in current year, and net of our contributions, which is contributions and transfers, which is about 57 million. You see a net revenue of 163.5 million. Our total expenditures of about 186 million. And you get a net deficit spending of about 22 million. I am going to stop there and highlight that because I know this is something that LACO highlighted, and this is something that the board has pointed out in terms of deficit spending. Deficit spending, as I have mentioned in the last presentation, is just basically that the current year expenditure is more than the current year revenue before we bring in our reserve. That's really what deficit spending is. However, I want to highlight that if you look at our expenditure independent of contribution, we don't have deficit spending. But once you bring in the contribution, we have deficit spending. So the $52 million negative that you see there is primarily the contribution to special ed and to routine restricted maintenance. We are mandated to give routine restricted maintenance 3% of our total cost, total general fund cost. And special ed, in the past 3 years, the contribution continues to grow, and it's a significant portion of that contribution. The good news, however, is over the 3 years, we do make our reserve, the 3% reserve across the 3 years, and we have, after we leverage our Fund 17 reserve in the third year, you can see Fund 17, the 10.3 million. After we leverage that, we were able to make the 3% reserve in 25-26 with about $1 million left on the table. Now, I want to point out first of all, before I make my point, on this screen, I cannot condense that same data into this summarized picture to make a point. So if you look at current year revenue of 163 million and current year expenditure of 186, which includes the contribution, then you get the deficit spending of 22.954865 million. The beginning balance of 75.9, you get an ending balance of 53. And a 3% reserve of 11 million. At the end of the day, we are left with about 41.8 million. So you can see the higher your number on deficit spending, the faster you deplete your reserve, which is the whole point that LACO is making in their letter. The good news is that the cabinet has just concluded phase 1 of the analysis that we're doing, the phase 1 being the FSP that you'll be looking at shortly after this presentation. We are taking a multi-phase approach to look at our fiscal health and our planning to right-size the districts in compliance with strategic plans at the direction of the superintendent. So this is a holistic approach to the process. First step was to balance the budget and submit positive certification for our second interim. Second step was to continue the planning work and looking at our strategic goals and our staffing ratios and other activities to begin to address the deficit spending that you see on the screen there. Some of the right-sizing solutions that are incorporated in this second interim that you're looking at right now. We looked at the revenue side, which is the asset management plan that you've been talking about. We looked at our one-time funds. We maximized our one-time funds to be able to help general fund to balance the budget. We're looking at leveraging. We did leverage Measure J to save several programs. Actually, specifically, we shifted about 43 FTEs from various sources that would have otherwise been cut. We shifted them into Measure J to be able to save those positions and those programs. Some of the actions incorporated in this second interim were attrition, vacancy closures, and other layoffs. In all the three groups of actions that I just talked about, we tried our very best to prioritize school sites and shield them as much as possible in the exercise. We took advantage of some non-reelects, looking at maximizing staffing ratios, reverting some contracted programs in-house, reducing central operational costs. As I mentioned at the beginning, this is phase 1 of the ongoing process that the cabinet is going through to right-size the district. Impacts of reduction. Before I talk about impacts of reduction, how did we get here? One, I already talked about the challenges at the state level, significant deficit spending at the state level, that the outlook from a budgetary point of view is not good. Second, the one-time funds, all the COVID funds are coming to an end. In the past 4 years, we ramped up expenditures significantly. One of the board members was having a meeting with me yesterday, and we were looking at special ed. Pre-pandemic, special ed increases year over year by 2 to 4 million. In the past 3 years, it has increased every year by 10 million, just to put it in perspective. And that is because of the ramp-up of cost for COVID. And now we're trying to find ways to right-size operations post-COVID. So what are some of the impacts of the reductions? On the classified side, bumping into formerly held classifications, bumping into a vacancy in the same classifications, or outright reduction in position. On the certificated side, reassignment from one site to another in the same service area or credential area, reassignment from one service area to a credential area to another, which may include site change, layoffs based on seniority and credential type. What comes next? Looking at very high-level timelines, by March 15, well, today, March 14th, I believe HR already prepared the letters and sent it out to notified department heads so that they can personally notify impacted employees. By March 15, Human Resource mails layoff notice to impacted employees. Final layoff reassignment notices happen by May 15. Ongoing attrition monitoring. HR will continue to monitor additional attrition through remainder of 23-24 fiscal year. HR will also issue notices to employees no longer affected. Recall rights will apply after June 30th. The superintendent's recommendation for second interim is for the board to approve the fiscal year 23-24 second interim fiscal report with a positive certification. Based on the resolution going to board, the district will meet its financial obligation in the current year and two subsequent fiscal years. This requires significant planning during budget development in order to solve the shortfall projected in 26-27. Remember, I said this is phase one of our multi-phase process of looking at our budget and our district-wide operations. And as part of that analysis, we've already started looking at 26-27 to see what our fiscal health is. And we do have some shortfalls that we need to address. We are aware of that. And we have already begun the work of addressing that in the phase 2 of our planning. Fiscal stabilization plan. LACO required a fiscal stabilization plan accompany the second interim, and by March 15, submit board-approved fiscal stabilization plan to LACO. Presentation of this plan and related impacts should be next. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a comment card that says K2, 3. So is that one speaking, and do you want to do it now at the end of K2 or at the end of K3? You did one card to speak once? Okay, and you want to do it now? Okay. Renee Gonzalez.
Thank you. So I want to recommend the board to look back at all the, with the asset management survey that we're doing. And if you want to solve the shortfall, stop leasing for free, stop leasing public grounds for free, and stop hiring facilitators for workshops that we really don't need. We're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for things that we really should be doing in-house with the engagement office. All these parents that were here, remember, they're voters. And so they're going to remember your actions in November. We really have to look at the special education settlements and all the money spent on litigation and compare that with the Roosevelt closure. And when we closed services for those students, some of them were being served at Glendale, busing across town. And so all those settlements are increasing after the Roosevelt closure. And so I want to ask 3 questions. How much money we have saved by the previous school consolidation? We haven't received data on that. How much money have we saved by leasing our sites to out-of-state power brokers to install their solar panels and obligate our public schools to buy power from them? How much power, how much money have we saved by handing out sustainable energy to these out-of-state brokers? And where is the sustainable energy investment promise with Measure O? Are we on a waiting list on state funds or programs or city or municipally run programs that can install solar chargers in our grounds? We're not even doing one thing. We sign or you guys sign a resolution to go carbon free. But that is not going to get you anywhere if you don't put yourself on a list and start being proactive towards sustainable energy. We could have already electric vehicle chargers powered by solar panels and allow our underprivileged communities to charge for free or at a very discounted price. So please look at the revenue opportunities and be more responsible in the future. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, does anyone have any questions or comments?
Thank you for the presentation. I think that, as Mr. Udo said, there's a lot of uncertainty in what the landscape looks like at the state level. There's not even any real kind of alignment or cohesion or real agreement on what actually the deficit is. What I do know is that the advocacy that's happening at the state level around sort of supporting the needs of school districts in Southern California and LA County specifically is wanting to be able to look at protecting programming that the governor has already committed to invest in, like expanded transportation, universal TK, continuing to pay for school meals, things like dual enrollment, and also continuing to fund community schools. That's the advocacy that the legislature is trying to do on behalf of districts across the county. On the side of bonds, and the legislature also has priorities that are tied to, housing bond, water bond, environmental bond. So the construction bond for schools is in that list. They're just trying to figure out which ones they want to be able to put forward, because they don't want to put too many forward, because all of them will fail if that's the case. So I think that we have to be hopeful that the steps that we're taking now that are not necessarily the most optimal things will be helpful to us, but also thinking about other ways to identify additional revenue, which we're trying to do that by way of going after the parcel tax, going after the bond for additional construction dollars, and trying to think about how can we sort of make some decisions that are going to be, better for us short term, so we can sort of weather this time of uncertainty. But I think that what we know today, this is probably the best predicament that we're going to be in, and hopefully we'll know more in May, and it'll look a little different, it'll look a little better.
I don't know who has this data, but how much is say, a psychologist? How much is one psychologist position?
On the teacher salary schedule, it could be from like 150,000 to 200,000, and I think, yeah, with benefits, you should, see the presentation, that shows where the staffing is today. We brought in extra psychologists, to be able to help during COVID, right? But you'll see in the presentation that we're back to our staffing levels pre-pandemic, and we've even added a couple extras.
According to the document we received, it's about 172, taking the 1.378 divided by 8. But that, I'm just saying, that's the average on this.
Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted right now. I went ahead. So what is the categorization below positive certification? It's like a middle, the one below that one.
There are 3 certifications. Positive, meaning all 3 years you can meet your obligations. Qualified, meaning one of the 3 or 2 of the 3 you cannot meet your obligation. Or negative, all 3 you cannot meet your obligations.
So because we were 1 million in the positive by the 3rd year, then we need the positive certification.
Actually, no. The reserve, the complete reserve, is about 10.4 million, but the required 10% reserve, 3% reserve is 9.2. So the 1 million is above the required 3% in the 3rd year.
Okay.
So we had
Um,
significant reserve in the 3rd year.
What's the consequence of a qualified?
If you're qualified, you're supposed to submit a fiscal stabilization plan on how you are going to become positive. So in other words, you identify your cuts. The only difference with this is that we already implemented the cuts. So if we wanted to file qualified, all we're saying is we are not ready to implement the cuts, but this is what we are thinking about cutting. And LACO will only approve that if they are sure that you will implement it. If they are not sure you will implement it, they will not approve it.
Is there such thing as a 1-year qualified, and then I'm just wondering.
There are implications. There are negative implications for being qualified, especially for a district like ours, going out on a bond. The existing bonds, we are issuing bonds. If we are not fiscally viable, we are costing the voters money, because then our financing costs goes up and the voters pay for that. So it's a win-win when we try to get our financial house in order to be able to file positive.
I guess I don't know how to reconcile the stabilization with the sustaining of our programs, quality of our programs, and was there any innovation in our programming to be more strategic in these cuts?
You are preempting my comments during the stabilization presentation. I might as well make them now.
I'm sorry, and maybe I should have agendized them in the opposite order. For some reason, it seemed like we should do the budget first, but maybe not. But is it okay if you hold that until the fiscal stabilization? Because I don't want to leave you with nothing to present when we get there. So, I mean, this is an action item, so at some point we need a motion. Does anyone else have comments on the budget?
So my only question about the budget, and I guess I need the board, I don't know if we need to agendize this later or if we can do it by consensus. I know I've been asking about a a alternative budget format or a new budget system or style. And I don't think that it's happening because we haven't agreed to it as a board, I'm thinking. But I was hoping that as we started working our way through the budget process for the coming year, that we would take that time to implement a new process. So I'm just a little concerned that nothing's moving. So first of all, I'd like to ask if that's something that the full board is interested in. I thought when I brought it up initially in one of our meetings, there was interest. And so I keep bringing it up every time Kingsley does a presentation, but there's no movement. So I would like to ask if that's something that we should bring back as an agenda item, or is there consensus that we're interested or not interested? And maybe we need to have a finance committee of the whole meeting?
Respectfully, I believe this seems like a new agenda item.
It is.
that-
No, I just want to clarify, so,
But it's still on the budget, so that's why.
are you asking the board if they want to see a future agenda item on? So, I mean, I think what you're saying is the budget process that staff uses to plan the budget, you want the board to weigh in on how they should do it?
No, I want a different one. So you've been asking for years about a transparent budget. I think that we need to maybe either agendize this discussion, you're right, or we need to have our finance committee as a whole meeting. We haven't had one in a while, and that could be on that agenda.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to clarify what the agenda item would be.
Is it a reader-friendly or?
To discuss a new budgeting process.
New budget process. But again, so did you want staff to recommend one to us, or we want to tell them what we think the budgeting process should be?
Oh, it can come as a recommendation from staff, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
But I've been asking for it, so.
I have a question. Can we have a meeting of the whole, a finance meeting of the whole, and discuss this?
Yeah, staff can bring it to us at that time.
So you let me know if you want to have 4 meetings in April, when 1 week is spring break, or if you want to.
We didn't say when it had to be, we just need to have one.
Well, this is true, and I'll remind us that we're doing the LCAP and the budget in June, and then there's May, where we're gonna, anyway. So yes, it's not,
So
I've been
is it
also hearing
possible
we're
for
having
those-
too many meetings, so I'm struggling with.
So my thing, is
scheduling another
it
meeting.
possible for those things that impact the budget, like the LCAP and all, is it possible to have that on the agenda for finance committee meeting?
Again, respectfully, I think this is.
Wait, you cut me off, hold on, don't do that.
This is not an.
Wait,
agenda
hold
item.
on. We're not voting, we're just discussing.
Well, so maybe we should plan our future agenda items at the end of 3/28 meeting? Well, today's a special meeting, so it's not on the agenda today.
Well, you asked me, did I have a question about the budget, and this is my question.
About the process that was used to develop it.
Yes.
And we actually will be talking a little bit about next year's process at the end of the fiscal stabilization plan. So again, I apologize for putting the FSP second. Sorry, no one mentioned that I should swap.
So do I ask my question again, or is my question now?
Sure, I think it will be part of the presentation in terms of how things are going to happen next year.
Thank you.
All
All
right.
right.
I just wanted to make a couple comments, I guess. In looking at the slide that Kingsley showed us that kind of compared year after year, and I wanted to see how much we were spending this year compared to last year. Because I guess I'm still kind of taken aback by the size of the deficit this year and the increase from adopted to first interim, and then a small increase again at second interim. And so when I looked at last year compared to this year, we're spending $72 million more than we did in 22-23. And I said, well, I know some of that is the one-time money. So I looked, and so 30 million of that's in restricted, which is where the ESSER money is and other one-time COVID grants. But 42 million of it is in unrestricted. So that probably goes some way towards explaining why we have a $22 million deficit in the current year. And I know some people are going to say, well, that's all the raises. But if I did the math correctly, the 10% raise we gave works out to 15, maybe 17 million, which is not the bigger part of 42 million. And again, the 42 million doesn't include the one-time expenditures. So I began to feel like perhaps we have a spending problem leading to these large deficits. And I reflect that this fiscal stability plan is already implemented in these figures. What is it? 22.9 million deficit this year. I don't, I think it's on this slide. The 22.9 million deficit this year, the 27.7 next year, and the 25 million the following year. That incorporates our fiscal stability plan. So maybe to Michelle's point is, by the time we started this budget process, all we could really do, I mean, I'm not clear that the cuts we're making tonight, I mean, you can see from these deficits that we haven't made the dent yet. So unless things turn around a lot during this year and we don't end up having a deficit that large, I am a little concerned that our contributions for special ed will not increase by such a small amount as we have a couple years. So I think we have a lot of concerns, and we didn't yet address our issues with these cuts. So that's my comment on the budget. All right. I'll entertain a motion if there's no other comments.
I move approval.
I was just gonna ask. Can you just phrase what you said, but like more straightforward?
Hold on.
Second.
Okay.
Spending a lot of money this year.
We made a lot of money? Is that what you said?
I said we spent a lot
We
of money
spent a lot of
this
money.
year. That's why we have a $22.9 million deficit. We have a spending problem, and we haven't addressed it yet, even with this fiscal stability plan, because you can see that it continues in the next 2 years. So as far as this multi-year projection is concerned, it looks the same really as it did at first interim. We will go through all of our reserves, including the 10 million we had set aside to cover our OPEB liability. We will have to bring it back in. So
We have a slide in the next presentation that shows the fourth year out that will help you understand better. I think Mr. Udo would agree with Mrs. Kenny in terms of the cuts that we made, although they seem very significant and are significant to programs. They were really in our categorical side because every categorical program was overspent. I think I sent many communications about this and talked about it. So 9 million of it, we had to bring back our categorical programs into line because they're not allowed to be overspent. And so we shifted programs and positions that we know are very valuable to the community, from having many years of superintendent budget advisory councils and different times when we had to cut the budget here, to Measure J, which in the fiscal office of Mr. Udo's world, that's still general fund. So we moved them out of overspend categorical to our general fund Measure J, because they're very important programs to us. The community assistance, the math academy, our coaches, our wellness teachers. So I just want to assure you that we've done a great deal of work to preserve what we know is valuable to the community. Even though we didn't engage them, we have a lot of data from having to go through budget cuts so many times here on what is valuable, and we really tried to keep our cuts away from schools and did many cuts from the central office.
Where does the 10 million overspending come from?
I think, we all grow into everything we love. And so as we knew ESSER was going away, some program managers wanting to shift into S and C, but we did give raises, and so there wasn't the room in S and C that we had originally thought there might be to move some of the ESSER expenditures over. So there was no place to move the ESSER expenditures, like the 9 psychologists that you asked about, right? Because they were actually hired as extra people above the staffing ratios.
Are there any safeguards to prevent that from happening again?
Yes, Mr. Udo and is working with the department to make sure that we're not projecting over entitlements.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Actually, I'm so sorry. I tend to raise my hand because I'm trying to set an example. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Sorry, I'm trying to be the teacher leader. I apologize. All right. We are then going to move on to fiscal stabilization plan. Mr. Udo again.
We actually have a whole team.
I'm so sorry. His name is on the agenda. I don't know if he'll kick us off.
We actually did talk about that. We actually did talk about it.
So I'm going to go ahead and kick us off and introduce this. Who is the controller over there? Clicker. Okay. So this is a fiscal stabilization plan that we have begun talking about. So our goals of this fiscal stabilization plan are to address a then problem now, right? We know that right now, Mr. Udo just showed you that we're going to have a positive certification, but as soon as we start budget development, we will be $27 million in a deficit again. So we're trying to reduce deficit spending slowly and remain having a positive certification with LACO. We're going to talk a little bit about core versus supplementary services. And we want to be able to create economic confidence in our budget with our community, with, the county office. And we have to continue to right size, which is very painful because we're continuing to have a decline in enrollment. And until we see some of that change or something change at the state, we have to keep planning ahead for that. So we are in a better position than many school districts because the strength of our reserves, right? We had 86 million built up, but you see, as Mr. Udo has explained, that they're continuing to decrease because we continue to deficit spend. And we have to plan the budget for 3 years in advance. So when we start looking at budget development, we're not going to look at it for only 1 year. We're going to look at it for the next 3 years out and try to come up with the plan that will allow us to slowly decrease, not have to get to the 3rd year out and make drastic cuts. So we do have a lot of uncertainty, which he had already mentioned. And although there's a number of reductions, we have to make sure that the degree of uncertainty, is planned for as well. So I will turn it over to you, Mr. Udo.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, and Board President, Ms. Kenny. This is a longer version of the form that I showed in my presentation, showing the unrestricted general fund summary, where we are. But the key variable I wanted to show here is the last column. I told you that we brought in 26, 27. Please, some disclaimer on 26, 27. Yes, the revenue will be reasonably accurate, But the expenditure side, basically all I did was take 25, 26 expenditure for the salaries and benefit. I added step and column. That's it. So this is just to give us an idea of the level of shortfall that we will see in 26, 27. It's not exact numbers. So I wanted to put out that disclaimer. And based on this, we did the same exercise in first interim. And the bottom line number of cuts we needed to make then was about 36 million. However, when we conducted the exercise this time around, I can't see very well, but if I'm speaking from my brain, I remember it was about 27 million that we needed to cut. So it was smaller of what we need to cut in 26, 27. I digress. Going back a little bit, how did we get here? A lot of our categorical programs, as the superintendent pointed out, overspent. I hate that word, overspent. COVID dictated that we ramp up expenditures to mitigate all the negative impact of COVID. So for the past 3 years, the district had done that. The difference between then and now is that we had significant amounts of fund balance, and we had significant amount of one-time funds, so that as the overspending happened, we bring in money and we pay for it. Now looking at 26, 27, I started saying to Cabinet, yes, we have enough reserve for this year, next year, and maybe even the year after that. But once we start doing budget development in few weeks, we can't pass the budget in 26, 27. So we started looking at where we are overspending, to use the board president's comment. She's not wrong. It is in the mitigation of COVID activities. Example, special ed, as I pointed out. Year over year, pre-pandemic, special ed, we end the year with about 2 to 4 million increase over the prior year. If you go and check the records for the past 3 years, it is about 8 to 10 million. That's just special ed alone, and you can extrapolate that to all the other programs. So in this FSP, some of the things we did, we listened to board. Board said prioritize schools, don't cut schools. So some of those one-time funded activities, at the direction of the superintendent, we, instead of cutting them, we saved those programs by shifting it into general fund. She likes to correct me and say to Measure J, but it is general fund. I want to be consistent so everybody gets that idea. We only have one pot of general fund. We don't have multiple pots. So when I say we have 85 million reserve, that 85 million includes our S&C, it includes base, it includes Measure J. So when the board directs me to shift an expenditure into Measure J, in essence, what you're directing me is to pay for that expenditure with the reserve. So I will be very consistent so we all get used to that idea. So we shifted to be specific for the 3 FTEs from categorical programs into Measure J as part of this FSP. So instead of saving general fund, we spent further more of the reserve that we have to save those programs. So to address board president's comment that we didn't do enough cuts, actually we did. It's just that it's on the categorical side, not on the unrestricted side. We did it to support school sites and save as much as possible. In reality, over the years, we really should have been ramping down services post-COVID. We did not, because the community, the parents, the families liked the services we were providing to mitigate impact of COVID, and we continue to provide them. Now we have to ramp them down cautiously, slowly, which is why we took phase 1. And phase 2, we look at other ways to right-size operations with minimum impact to sites. That's a very deliberate exercise. How else did we get here? Staffing to ratios. In previous years, I think everybody has acknowledged we have not staffed to ratios. You know, we staff, my word, we overstaff. Some people don't like that language, but graphically it makes the point. We do it intentionally for various signature programs to serve our communities. but it costs money. If we're going to do it, we should all understand that it will cost money. It will add to the deficit spending, and it will mean spending down your reserve. You cannot eat your cake and have it. Increased spending due to COVID, signature programs. We have many signature programs. If we make a decision that will continue to fund those programs, somebody has to pay for it. And that somebody is the reserve, no other person. And that reserve, whether you call it S&C, or whether you call it Measure J, or whether you call it base, is the same reserve. So at this point, I will hand over to... Oh, yes, very important. The guiding principle from where I sit, from a fiscal point of view, is we're always looking at prudence, cost effectiveness and efficiency with public funds. I do agree with board member Michelle Bailey in terms of looking at budgeting. She was preaching to the choir, but I'm also a very realistic person. She has used the word zero-based budgeting, which I love, by the way. But in public education, it's a challenge in the past, among other ideas. It's just that it's a challenge in public education, but we will look at different ways of doing budgeting and hopefully come back with a recommendation as she asked for. So prudence is very important to me. Alignment, living within our means, which is another philosophy in budgeting. Budget according to your means, meaning if you get $100 revenue, you shouldn't spend more than $100 for that year, even if you have $10 million in reserve. Performance, demonstration of results and effectiveness in achievements. Whatever we're spending our money on, if it's not producing the results we want, we discontinue it and try something else. Those are three philosophies fiscal people tend to live by. And I will give credit to William K. Preston Jr. Those are not my ideas. Thank you.
We did buy all of you his book, and it's in your mailbox if you...
Another book to read, but a good one. So the rest of the team and I are here to talk about process and impact, given the fiscal outlook that we've just been provided. And that really begins with an understanding that what you're going to see in the rest of the presentation is a detailing of the reductions. You obviously have the accompanying fiscal stabilization summary that details out each position type and its impact. So we won't go into those details. However, we do want you to have an awareness of the redesign. And in that, I want to acknowledge that while some of these positions being reduced are vacant, some of them are filled with colleagues that are very valued and very hardworking. And so that human aspect cannot be underscored, that in this change, we are being as thoughtful as possible within the timeline that we have to make these reductions steadily so that we can return to the spending that, lives within the means that we're being provided, but that also lessens impact on not just the individuals, but on the students that they serve. And so while I understand that many of the reductions will be items that bring into question reduction of services potentially, or a change in services, these are things that we are always mindful of doing as thoughtfully as possible. So essentially, I wanted to share this image of a core and supplementary definition when we look at spending. Back in 2017, we were at a similar state in sort of budget outlook, and at that time, the superintendent convened a budget advisory council or committee. It was led by Dr. Blanco. We're grateful to have now Dr. Mumalo, Ms. Linda Machida, and a consultant, Valerie Coachman-Moore, who many of you may have also been involved with in that process. In that very, community engaged committee, they were presented with the concept of defining what was core to us so that we could make those priorities for spending, and then what was supplemental. Core is now defined as programs, services, and resources that we provide for all students at every school. And then supplementary is defined as increased, enhanced, or improved services and strategies to achieve specific student outcome goals. So under our LCFF, funding formula, our decision-making does absolutely need to follow and does follow this concept of core and supplementary. And I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Canal to actually demonstrate how we enact that via human resources. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me talk with the considerations first. He'll get tactical on how we enact that. But here are the big considerations that we took as a district-wide team. Essentially, we are looking to the strategic plan for alignment. We had to consider what were the primary core priorities, and we begin with student success. So our instructional priorities remain literacy, math, and college and career readiness, as you've seen us present at each of these board meetings, and our student wellness priorities remain attendance, positive behavior supports, and mental and physical health. So those two aspects of student success create the holistic environment that we have to hold as the priority for any of our core and supplementary considerations. In addition, we also want to be attentive to ensuring that our valued and skilled employees are consistently supported, that we also look to organizational efficiency and sometimes inefficiencies where we can consolidate. We have to consider the impact on our educational partners, which include the community, parents, caregivers, families, et cetera. And then, of course, taking into consideration, when possible, the learning environment, how it can be enhanced or affected by some of these decisions. So, given those priorities in that particular order, we will be taking care of our core via our base funding, and then any additional funds that we have, restricted funds, et cetera, grants, will provide those additional supplementary supports based on what students need first.
Thank you, Dr. Janhill. As we've heard, oftentimes personnel is a big driver in terms of a percentage of our expenditures. So it is important for us to keep in mind, in part of the staffing process when we look for years out, is to consider how we staff to ratio. And there's two terms that we have heard, staffing to ratio and staffing to program. So this is to provide us conceptually a understanding in terms of the process. When we staff to ratio, one of the first things that we do is gather enrollment data. So as enrollment data throughout the school year does move, most districts will typically take a snapshot. It's either referring to Norm Day. Some people refer to it as Census Day, which is the first week in October. So we take that information over the last typically 7 to 10 years to start to determine trends of enrollment. We do that by grade level, we do that by school site, in order to start identifying attrition rates, growth rates, particularly in various different grade levels. And that begins to paint the picture of us looking for patterns in order to be able to determine and predict what staffing is going to look like in future years or in the following year. Taking that information, we combine that with some of our obligations, such as the collective bargaining agreements, education code, that provides us that staffing ratio. We take that information with the enrollment history, and we begin to make predictions in terms of how we're going to staff per FTE or per body to the number of students enrolled in that particular grade level and that particular school site. That's a very, just a short version of identifying how do we staff to ratio and how do we begin to identify enrollment trends, whether, again, whether we're increasing enrollment or whether we're declining. Where staffing to program is different. Staffing to program is beyond that staffing ratio. You heard it mentioned a couple of times already. We start looking at different needs, programmatic needs at the various schools, and every school is a little bit different. We have some schools that have been identified as superintendent school zones. We have the arts, the International Academy, the IB schools, STEAM, magnet programs. We begin to see how is it that we can begin to support these particular programs and assist the school sites. And the best way to do that is obviously with personnel to assist with those needs. These additional staff are different and are funded through either the LCAP, the SNC, which you've heard a lot, supplemental concentration funds, in addition to restricted and grants. So we take that information and we add that to the overall FTE. Moving forward, something that we're looking to do is really disaggregate the data of not only the student enrollment, and also disaggregate the data of the FTEs that we're providing to the school site, whether we're providing an FTE, which stands for full-time equivalent, we're providing that FTE because we're staffing to ratio, or are we providing that FTE because we're staffing to program. So I think as we begin to disaggregate the data moving forward, it provides a clearer picture in terms of the needs for the campus and how we're supporting the schools and where that funding is coming from, and the reasons, the why in terms of the staffing. So that's just conceptually two ways to look at the staffing process and looking forward in out years. With that, I'll turn it over back to Dr. Chan Hill.
Thank you, Dr. Cano. All right, so Dr. Reynoso and I are going to come up and talk about cuts to the academic program, reductions on the academic program side. And then our colleagues will address the operational cuts. I do want to be clear that we're going to discuss positions or people first, hence the need to really understand the human resources process or staffing process. But there are also reductions that are going to be made that are not people or non-FTE. So I'll begin essentially with the educational services part of academic programs. You'll see collectively, I don't need to enumerate it, about 75 or so positions. These are primarily at the central office. And really additionally looking at supports that were provided to schools via central office funding or central funding. So I want to make note that, again, these are detailed out in the FSP summary in terms of impact, but what we are doing on the educational service side is we are enacting a complete redesign of services. Next week, we have I don't know if they would consider it a retreat, but it's labeled a retreat, where we will be working together to prioritize via 3 categories: services that may need to cease because they are non-priority or would be in this situation considered not as a high priority based on our strategic plan, services that we shall continue but are able to manage within our own respective departments, or services that we need to prioritize but are not manageable within our current department and will need help and collaboration from other remaining individuals in other academic departments. An example here would be our college and career pathways. You'll notice that one of the positions that was really alarming for us to have to reduce in this particular phase were possible CTE teachers. We have decided that can be a redesign that we need to have more thoughtful consideration of, because it does affect programs at school sites and potential student enrollment in those programs and access to that learning. And so for now, we are keeping as much intact as possible in this particular pathway, in this particular department, but there are some individuals that will be cut centrally, and they will help us work on the redesign for CTE so that programs are not impacted, but perhaps reduced based on student enrollment and student numbers in the upcoming year. Similar, you'll notice that at the Curriculum Instruction, Professional Development, Ed Tech Department, right now, there are some significant cuts there. However, we are able to maintain 3 teachers in special assignment for 1 more year, who will be with us just this upcoming school year, and then engage in a redesign of the full instructional coaching model that are deployed to school sites so that we can transition some of the services direct to schools and with the individuals who may be remaining in that capacity. In other areas, the cuts were minimized so that we could still maintain the services, but there may not be the frequency or the amount of school visitation, school observation, et cetera. And so with that, I'll explain sort of the impact. I did want to address, before I switch to my next slide, is that under TK-12 schools, these are the individuals that are centrally funded at school sites. What I do want you to note is that over half of them were vacant positions, meaning services were already being taken on by others this year. But of the occupied positions, 6 or 7 are non-classroom individuals, and the 14 point something remaining are actually part of reductions as we staff to ratio, as we head to staffing to ratio, meaning no schools lost a teacher that was a base core funding, but they were given teachers over their allocation for a variety of reasons that now, with the reduced funding and the expiration of the emergency funds, some of those services and individuals will be reassigned to other vacancies, or the position will cease. So in the redesign, we are making sure that we prioritize literacy development across PK-12. That is a goal area that you're going to see with the individuals who remain. This is not to say that the other subject areas are not of a priority. However, we're going to circulate things in a more aligned and cohesive way around literacy development. This obviously, at the elementary, we obviously have math as another district priority goal. Will still be addressed in similar instructional pedagogy manners that we have put in place in terms of structures for training and structures for curriculum development and planning. But we want to ensure that some tactical support for literacy, especially in the nascent stages of early literacy development with phonics, phonemic awareness, et cetera, and the literacy adoption, are still able to be carried out. However, this means that we will be transitioning a significant amount of capacity building to school sites for some of the work that we've been doing around instructional planning and being able to replicate these cycles of data analysis and planning around lesson design, et cetera. So that's really the core of that work. Additionally, that's the increased partnership with our principals and APs, and then any school-based instructional staff who can support that as we really need to make use of A and B Monday time and the remaining year with PLC time to ensure that teachers have a very firm foundation around their own independence with implementing the curriculum to fidelity. Dr. Reynoso will talk about the student wellness side of academics.
My clicker. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hill. Well, good evening, President Kinney, Board, Dr. Blanco, my PUSD colleagues, and the community. I'm not as eloquent as Dr. Chan Hill, so I have to write things down. So although our 7 departments in the Student Wellness and Support Services are facing reductions and eliminations, it is worth acknowledging that our goals have been accomplished, refined, and evaluated with great people in our department through the academics of the Swiss department and with our amazing sites. This has been an incredible partnership that we've witnessed over the past couple of years, and we could hope for so much more. This partnership has been well received, and we are very grateful for that. However, we also know that during this season of change, we celebrate a lot of victories. We also account for best practices that we have accounted for, and we know that we can replicate them throughout PUSD. This work will not stop, it will just be adjusted. And academic well-being, as you have heard from Dr. Chan Hill, remains a priority for all of us. And in our department, our motto is every child, every chance, and in every single moment. And I know that my colleagues today, when you will hear all of this, we remain committed to the core, which is the classroom, and to our teachers. So that is why we are sacrificing and really making sure that the adjustments are made are the least disrupted at our schools. So what does this all mean, Dr. Reynoso? Great question, everybody. Let me share some examples of what might happen when you see a reduction with a district security officer, for example. Every year, I've had the privilege of being able to sit down, well, this will be my first year, I should say, with the district security officers, but I've been meeting with Dr. Canal's team, site administration, and Dr. Carrasco and some of his team members to really evaluate the criteria in which we use the security. And safety at all times is going to be our priority. So if that means that we just have to adjust, which we did this year, we will do so. But we will monitor that based on enrollment, needs, and a variety of other criteria. When it comes to attendance, we are very proud of what has happened over the last couple of years. Our attendance vendor and our team are strengthening the usage. In fact, we've had 2 great training days. Everyday Labs is a great partner and one that we hope to continue to work with. And we are showing signs of increasing our attendance and decreasing the chronic absenteeism. And to that end, our child welfare and attendance team will be evaluating all of our programs and possibly even consultants. The reason why we're doing that is because we need to be effective. And this is an annual practice in our department. So for the past 3 years, we've had the opportunity to sit down in the 7 departments and decide what is best for students, families, and our staff. So we're going to make sure that we continue to invest in what matters most. What we've also seen is a lot of data dialogues with our CWA team and our sites, and the benefits have been substantial. For example, our chronic absenteeism was at 34% about a year and a half ago. Sorry, we're at 19%. That is because of the efforts that are made not only in department, but with our school sites and them partnering with us. We have increased our attendance from in 2021-22, we were at 90%. We now, to this day, we haven't evaluated February yet, we're almost at 94%. This is, again, a partnership that has been made. We also know the product that we've made with our multi-tiered systems of support, which addresses academics, attendance, behavior, and social-emotional, we are on the right path, and that structure is being seen each and every day. So we know that although we're making changes in our departments, we're seeing the structures happening on our school sites, and that's what matters most, and we're very proud of that. As Dr. Hills pointed out, our services complement and supplement, and the sites are our core. With our Families in Transition team, I am now the proud supervisor of working with that team, and I've gotten to see firsthand what happens there. But we are aligning and assessing best practices in case management so that our families and students receive the best product ever. We are applying for 2 more grants to support some additional support in that department specifically. Our health programs has been a pillar over the last several years with guiding us through COVID and respiratory, and as was just mentioned in the safety committee, really making sure that we always continue to align to county and state and national duties. But we are also mindful of the fact that we have to make some changes there. But we are committed as a Student Wellness and Support Services Department to make sure that those services are cross-departmental, and we are going to make sure that all our students continue to thrive. In our youth and foster care, that has been an area that may have come as some concern as what we're doing. This is one of the departments in student wellness that we sit every single year and actually multiple times throughout the year to say, what are our kids teaching us? What do we need to do? For example, last year we had 2 counselors. We found that we really needed 1, but we needed a partner with the school sites. So that is something we are moving forward with. Mr. Stanley will actually be working more closely with Dr. Turley and Dr. Malone to say who could be an identified counselor at our 6 through 12 schools. They're there every day. That's the core. So we really want to, again, make sure that we have sustainability there. And our intentions will be always to meet the students' needs. That integrity will never go away. I've had the privilege over the last couple of years to be a part of that team as well. And they are an incredible, gifted, trusted space. That will not go away. We are just going to adjust slightly, as I mentioned earlier. We are also applying for many grants in our department to keep the great work going. So we're applying for 5 more grants, so you'll see those coming forward, and we look forward to just looking for approval to apply. It doesn't give us guarantee of receival, but we want to make sure that we're doing that. And those particular grants will cover mental health, restorative practices, learning communities that will supply a youth and foster care counselor, more support of our families in transition, and our education innovation research grant, which will supply restorative practices and more mental health support. And speaking of mental health support, because of the grants that will be sunsetting in a year, we have been able to strategize and really support the efforts and meet the needs of where our students are. That is something we are committed to as well. So what we've done is we keep strengthening and bringing on more higher institutions. This year we brought on Cal State Dominguez Hills. Why do I bring this up? Because they have interns that are in their social work program. And when they come in and work with us on interns, sometimes they stay with us. So we're also working with Dr. Canal, and we're really proud of looking to see what other kind of efforts we can make to make sure when they start with us, they stay with us. And at the end of the day, Student Wellness and Support Services are committed to making sure core is always at the forefront, and we recognize that we are supplemental, and we will rise to the occasion of this season of change.
Our height difference is so evident. And I'm in heels. Special education, while it's one collective department, because of how specific the services are for students, we wanted to lay out the positions so you could see them more clearly. Ms. Ellis and the special education team worked pretty heavily with Dr. Alcazar and Dr. Canal on ensuring that they were returning to, slowly, steadily, returning to standardized ratios for each of these positions, but also taking a look at what services our students are currently provided and making sure that there is no disruption to any of that. So you will see different words used on this particular slide versus the others that that just came before, because we wanted to note that there are reassignments here. While there are actually reassignments to some of the other positions that you saw earlier, we didn't designate them out specifically because these are already confirmed in the sense that they are reassigned to other roles that where services can be continued, roles that were either vacant, roles that existed at the school sites, et cetera, where needs could still be met. Additionally, to just call your attention to the psychologists and the BCBAs, the board certified behavior specialists, those were mentioned earlier by Dr. Blanco as individuals who, yes, we know that it looks like a reduction, but those positions were brought on by the post-pandemic funding, and we are still staffing at higher ratio than we were pre-pandemic. And so there are still going to be supports and specifically laid out in those areas. All right, I'm going to go ahead and transition to our operational team. Oh, I'm so sorry. Here I go, just trying to move. So special education, very much like we mentioned in academics, is going to rely on the capacity of school sites alongside central office to really align our services. Sometimes we have a tendency to outsource a service that really can be even better managed for a student when the services are aligned. We're really relying on a framework of MTSS, which I think is sort of the thread that commonly pulls between ed services, student services, and special education. Because the idea of an MTSS, or a multi-tiered system of supports, is that we are taking a look at what students need at a tier 1 level. What do all students need in general at the core? And then what do some students need to be successful and to access that core? And then are there additional supports, extensive things that we would need to consider at a tier 3 level? And all three of these levels working together in alignment is what will ensure that our student services are still met and really help us to see the efficiency of the personnel that's available to do that support, how that falls into that MTSS. So we are really ensuring that our MTSS is more, I would say, implemented with fidelity between school sites and central office. And so it's a framework that we have already in place. It is something that we have been rolling, but have traditionally, or in this first year, have been relying on out-of-classroom individuals to support that implementation, and we are now ensuring that the partnership of the teachers and administrators at the school site level is also part of the involvement. All right, operations.
Good evening, Board President, board members, and Dr. Blanco. My name is Hilda Ramirez Horvath. I'm the Public Information Officer, and I am here to talk about communications. As you know, the function of communications is to tell the story of the district, to inform and engage our educational partners, our students, our employees, our families, and community. We do weekly messages. We send out information on social media channels. We respond to emergencies. We also are in charge of marketing for the district, and some of the, whether it's through purchased media or our presence at festivals and parades that many of you have joined us at. The reduction in the communications office consists of one full-time communications specialist. This position was added during the pandemic to support communication services. in redesigning the services of our department. Other remaining staff members will absorb many of the duties of this position so that we can continue communicating with our public and engaging with them. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. All right. Sorry. Okay, so the first position that we have in the ITS department, technology, is the Chief Technology Officer. Last year, the job duties of the Chief Technology Officer were kind of split off. Data research and assessment were moved under the Director of the Planning, Innovation, and Accountability and Special Projects Director. And then Ed Tech was moved under the Director of CIPD and Ed Tech. So that leaves the traditional core services of IT, things such as network, servers, infrastructure, cybersecurity, phones, help desk, computer repair, and cloud technologies under the Director of Technology with the help of the Assistant Director. There are 3 computer repair technician FTEs. These were part of the plan as extended services to the sites. We're always asked to do more with less, so we're gonna make it work, and we're going to restructure with the team that we do have. So right now we currently have 2 lead computer repair technicians and 10 computer repair technicians. So before that there was 6. So we do have an expansion of services there. And then yeah, sorry, Mr. Crosco. Sorry.
Hello there, good evening, Madam President, Dr. Blanco. My name is Manuel Carrasco. I'm the Director of Maintenance Operation and Facilities and Transportation. The goal of the Maintenance of Operation Department is to ensure the cleanliness, the readiness, the safety of both the indoor classroom as well as the outdoor classroom. These are the positions, as you see in the slide, that we are reducing. There's 3 custodial positions, 1 irrigation tech, 1 gardener, 2 lead maintenance or operation workers, 1 chief of facilities, 1 heavy-duty mechanic, and a fire technician. Even though a lot of these positions, or the majority of these positions, are vacant, they are in this plan. Our plan is to redesign these services and reassign these duties to current staff. Some impacts might be felt at the school sites in regards to reduced services at multiple locations. Some of the impacts would involve the cleanliness and readiness of the indoor and outdoor classrooms, increased risk for pest management issues or pest issues, decreased curb appeal for our locations, possible lack of support for greening landscapes, and compromise water conservation efforts. Lastly, risk or increased risk of nesting or breeding grounds for uninvited wildlife and pests. Those are our impacts for maintenance and operation.
These are the operational costs that I mentioned earlier that are not FTE or full-time equivalent people. Supplemental hourly pay is something that across the board, at all divisions, we made reductions in the amount of $1 million. And then currently, the academics division has identified about 2.5 million in material supplies and contracted services that will be reduced, and the additional reductions from the operational divisions will be identified as we go through budget development. So as we close, I wanted to give this back to Dr. Blanco to take us through the next steps.
So our next steps are going to be to conduct the program efficiency study, which we did talk about when we looked at asset management and had the conversation about the program efficiency study as being a planning year this year and then a full implementation of next year. We're going to redesign the on-the-ground TOSAs. We still have, I believe, 84, maybe a few more TOSAs out there that are helping in the schools for 24 schools, and try to look to see if we can, we possibly next year reduce some of that, but still give the same services in different ways. Determining the parameters on the staffing ratio. I do recall that when I said the directive I understood was staffing to ratio, that there were several board members shaking their heads no. So I do want clarification on that. We have to have that conversation. So we're clear on that, and then convene an ongoing budget advisory council. I think it's, there's some different ways that we can do that. We have the Roadmap Advisory Council already set up. We could continue to use that core group and then have subcommittees, because there are other people that would need to be in the conversations, but have that be more of the steering committee. Or if we're going to have a committee of the whole, you could think about it and maybe give a different kind of directive. I was just trying not to create more committees, more meetings for people to go to, and we already might have one that's established that can work. And then continue to explore revenue enhancement. We're trying to stop living in a structural deficit, and it's, going to subject us to painful choices. And we're just trying to act now to reduce our dependence on the habits and systems that continue to feed, the structural deficit. This has been a problem for us for quite a while, and I do know that we were looking at a $10 million structural deficit that we had to address even after we consolidated our schools. And, we began discussions about how do we now go back out into our community and make sure we keep the promises that we made, which we said when we consolidate schools, you're going to have enhanced services. And then COVID came. So COVID, was really what saved us or prevented us from having to start having these very difficult conversations sooner. So we want to do it in a way that is respectful to our employees, because this is a very painful situation for anybody to have to go through, receiving these notices and then wondering if their jobs can be secured or not. And I know that Dr. Cannell and his team is doing everything possible to make sure people on the list that are real humans that work for us will be placed in a different job, and will be able to save the person, not necessarily the position. So I guess if you have questions, we can answer them now.
Can I entertain a motion to extend the meeting time?
That's exactly what I was going to propose.
Wonderful.
Motion to extend to 11? You think that's enough?
I think that's more than enough.
I'll second.
All in favor? Lovely. All right, thank you so much, team. I don't know if you want to, well, maybe you should stay there in case there are questions. I was going to say you can go back to your seats, but perhaps not. We don't have any public comment cards on this, correct? Okay. Right? Okay. Comments, questions?
I just want to say thank you, and you all are the best dressed presenters I've seen all year. Thank you for this nice, well-rounded, comprehensive presentation. I have 3 questions, and they're not long. I wanted to know, and you may not know this off the top, how many of the reassignments, how many reassignments are being made from the cuts? He hasn't. Oh.
This is contingent upon, obviously, assuming the board resolution, the revised, gets approved tonight. And there's some assumptions that we're going to go before the administrative law judge that looks at all the actual layoffs. So with all those factors being considered, in terms of reassignment, for example, for certificated, we have 47, and for classified, possibly 26.
Okay, thank you. And then, how do these cuts align with the strategic plan?
As the departments were making these very difficult decisions, or I should say the superintendent's leadership team that went back to people on their departments, they did look at the strategic plan and goals. For the strategic plan, in reviewing some of our year one actions, some of the plans that we had to carry them out and do expansion of some services, we will not be able to do as we had planned. But we tried to eliminate in a way that we can still provide the core services to schools and support them and not take away from them, and maybe work in partnership with some of the people that are still on the ground, right? That are out of the classroom. That's what other districts do. I mean, these services are done by their teachers through adjunct duty or their administrators helping the central office. Because I've been in districts that don't have the same kinds of supports that we've put in place here, and the work still has to get done, right? So it just gets distributed in a different way.
So then, well, I said I had 3 questions. I'm not going to piggyback. This last one is for you, because you just made a comment about the Budget Advisory Committee and all that. So I want to know, this Budget Advisory Council or committee, will it replace the Committee of the Whole? Or, what does that look like? Because I don't think that the majority of the board would be able to sit on such a committee.
It would be getting more input from community partners, parent leaders, teachers, our labor partners, the way that the RAC is set up. But we can bring the information and suggestions back to the full board, similar to the former superintendent's budget advisory council. And this is going to sound funny, but the superintendent didn't go to that council. I did. So I'm pretty familiar with the book and the process.
That was temporary, though, for a purpose.
Right, for a purpose, but we're talking about having an ongoing committee like that, so that when.
How would that impact our roles as?
Well, we'd have to bring any suggestions the committee makes to the full board to be approved, and if you would like the committee of the whole to have different roles, we can certainly, have that be part of it as well. We haven't fully designed it. We just we're looking at our past processes that worked, and then, digging into the book a little deeper. I have talked to Dr. Rennie and Dr. Mumalo, who was also a lead on the committee, about leading the committee, but we're open to suggestions if you feel, or the board feels that there would be a different way to do it. We can certainly entertain that.
Thank you.
Two quick questions. The first is, can we just get a sense of the positions that are being eliminated, how many of them are vacant and how many of them actually have people in them? Because that's not fully clear from the slides. I was trying to do some math, but I don't know that my math is right.
I can do some math for you.
Thank you, sir.
Certificated, 45 vacant, 55 occupied. For classified, 45 vacant, 51 occupied.
Say the number again? Yeah.
Sorry, the classified is 45 vacant, 51 occupied.
Okay.
for certificated, 45 vacant, 55 occupied.
Thank you. And then my second question is for Manuel. With the reduction of the positions in your department, how does that impact us taking on construction management internally and being able to maintain our modernization projects and other big sort of things on schedule?
It is our expectation that it does not impact our program of construction management transition. These positions, there's about 2 positions of the positions that we talked about that are currently filled. And the rest of the positions have been vacant for about over 3 months. To answer your question more precisely, this will not impact our transition into the district taking over the program and construction management of the Measure O program or bond.
Thank you kindly.
Sorry, I can't believe that we can reduce that much and maintain our quality of operations. So can you kind of did you look at other districts and their staffings and see where we fall compared to their ratios? Or I need a little more assurance. It feels like, okay, yeah, the reality is we just don't have that budget and we're just cutting it. And I wonder if I'm just going to pick, maintenance and operations. I want to save those positions because I'm pretty sure that, that curb appeal is just not going to be there. And was it sort of an equal cut, or did each department say, okay, we really just need these things? Was it like that, or was it more like a numerical percentage? Cut 20% or whatever it is.
I can provide perhaps one example to your question. We were looking earlier at the psychologists in terms of the eliminations there, and looking at the numbers and speaking to the special ed department and considering all the different factors in terms of the needs. As was mentioned earlier, the increase was a response to the pandemic. But in addition to that, even with looking at removing those that are positioned to be laid off, the ratio that remains, considering still their needs, is still, if the recommendation, if you look at whether it's FIGMAT or if you look at other recommendations of ratio of 1 to 1,200 or 1 to 1,000, we would still be under that ratio at 1 to 750. So meaning by doing that reduction, it does not impact or put us still, actually, it helps us going towards staffing to ratio, if that makes sense. So that's just one example of a snapshot where by removing those from the equations, and I'm mindful that we are talking about personnel, so I don't want to minimize that. But just like you would, my example would be of a staff, when we look at classrooms or when we look at staffing for a school, and you see the drop in enrollment, if a school has 28 teachers, and the enrollment now dictates that they should have 26 teachers, we typically would do that reduction as well because the need is no longer there because of the enrollment. So there's just 2 ways to kind of frame the conversation, and Sykes is just one example. By removing those numbers, if you look at FIGMAT, whether the recommendation is 1 to 1,200, others you can look at low as 1 to 1,000, we're still below that even with those reductions. It's just 2 examples for you.
So, and then those are good examples, and I'll speak to sort of the service comment that you made. It is absolutely true that there is no way that reductions wouldn't result in some kind of impact in what you see at schools. I think Mr. Carrasco was really clear about some of the changes that you would see physically at the school site. On the instructional side, one of the I think misnomers of this conversation that we've been having is keeping cuts away from schools, because nearly all of these positions that you see are services to schools. They're just maybe people who aren't physically located at the school 100% of their time, but are likely at schools 90% of their time. as you saw sort of in the presentation when the math team came, when CIPD with their math focus came, and what you'll see when the literacy folks come at the end of the month, is that those individuals are central, reductions. However, what the work that they're doing is bringing teachers together for these coaching cycles, for these observational walkthroughs and lesson studies. And teachers are producing lesson plans, gathering around their data, and then improving their instruction. What we're going to do is we have to transition a lot of that planning to the capacity of the school site, which a school site has capacity to do. We've had the benefit of having individuals who can sort of steer the consistency and steer the fidelity of implementation, but we also at some point need to trust that we can build into that the capacity of the leaders at the school site to also ensure that that work gets carried out. So those are just some of the items where, yes, you'll see perhaps a little bit more tangibly if you are at a school site that some of these services aren't going to be the same or as frequent, but the student experience at the end of the day can still be of quality.
So I'm just trying to think of a school site staff. Would that be like a resource teacher?
In some
You're saying
cases.
about capacity. It's probably not a classroom teacher, but some sort of supportive.
Well, right now, we're relying on the principal and the instructional coach.
Okay. And as I'm imagining a reduction, I'm thinking about the recent layoff in my company. And what I notice is that, there's just fewer of us to do the same job. And it's very stressful. I'm just imagining, people wearing multiple hats essentially. Like, okay, doing the same job and somebody else's job that's not there anymore. So I can only imagine it's going to be stressful. I mean, I'm sure we can maybe handle it, but there's going to be some, consequences to our own sort of well-being as our staff. So we should be mindful of that.
Well, I think too that, all humans only have so much capacity, so things do start to drop off the plate naturally in these situations, because what rises to the top is what's most important, right? And so it's not ideal. I'm also concerned about the cuts that we're making in Mr. Carrasco's department, because those positions are being filled by subs right now. So it's not really, it's not that we're not paying for someone. So during budget development, we need to look at that, do more of a cost analysis. If we're paying for, I'm just making this up, a gardener that's had a sub the whole time, how much is the difference to add that kind of a position back? We did reduce hourly by $1 million. We spend $17 million here on hourly alone across all of the departments, which is a lot, right? But I think Mr. Udo's not totally confident that if I say we'll cut that by $5 million, that we'll really do it, So I think that's something we all have to look at, like, and do an analysis. If a lot of it's being spent in M&O because the people aren't there, well, then we have to keep paying the hourly people to make up for the people aren't there. We haven't done that deep of an analysis to find out how it's divided across the system. And some of it could be our after-school program, which we don't want to cut our after-school program, right? Because a lot of the people are hourly. So we just are going to look at that a little more closely.
I have a question for Dr. Reynoso on youth in foster care. So it says here, the reduction, that last block that says 5 filled. Can you talk to me about that and how this department is impacted?
Great question. As I mentioned earlier, this department, over my time of being there, has grown from 2 people plus myself running 7 departments. We had to provide all the best interest determinations. We had to provide transportation. We had to make sure that their school of residence was identified and honored. We had to make sure, and at the time we only had a counselor that was at 10th to 12th grade. So we have grown based on need. And if we don't continue to look at what the need is, are kind of not serving the right purpose. And so we have been meeting the thresholds of increasing attendance. So we went from about, I think it was 54% the year I came into, and we're at almost 86% with our youth and foster care alone. Yes, we believe that has a lot of implications there for what has happened. We think it's part of our team coming alongside. It's a lot of communication with our caregivers, our foster parents, with our short-term residential therapeutic programs. Attendance, sometimes they'll be dropped off, but they never make it to class, right? So, and attendance is huge, right? If we don't get them into class, they're not going to achieve their academics. So even just having them feel connected and trusted. In my 2.5 years of being there, there have been different models. And so we keep looking at each year, what do the students need, not what do we need? We need to keep looking at it. So even, again, this year, that's why we're looking at a reorganization. Do we need 3 additional staff plus a counselor plus a liaison? And so with that, Mr. Stanley's team, he leads that team right now. We're writing more grants. For example, we're applying for the Learning Community Grant, which has been paying for one of our counselors. So we intend to, we feel very confident, it'll be our 3rd time going for it, that we would have a counselor back in play. And that's a 3-year grant. So we know that the counselor is a vital place, but we also know having a counselor on campus every single day that a student can connect with, as opposed to once a week, every 10 days, is not as sustainable as having someone there every day. So those are the balances we have to make. We do intend to write them into a couple of the other grants. So we will build back up. This isn't that we're not doing it, it's just a pause right now to restructure what we're doing. But we're also looking forward to the opportunity to rewrite actions and a goal for the LCAP so that we can, again, be really strategic on what we're doing.
From what I've heard, people are highly worried about this in foster care, so.
Right, so
Anything
I'll just
to
take it
say
back a
here?
couple of years ago when I came in. I took that role on. I came in, I had, like I said, I had 7 departments, and there was a team of 3 of us, really a counselor, myself, and a part-time liaison at the time.
That means there were 2 people there and then you.
And then me.
Okay.
Correct. So now we're a team of 5 plus being led by a supervisor. And it's beautiful. I mean, the kids, have a lot of support, and we're grateful for that. But if we are going to honor what we're putting into place as a multi-tiered systems of support, we have to look at the strengths that are on the campuses, which are our advocates, which we have been bolstering for the last couple of years, is finding reliable adults, classified and certificated, on our campuses who, again, are there day in and day out. That's what our students need. They, of this population, need to have reliability. They need to have a trusted person. And my team has been amazing in doing that. But we have, 250 kids that we service, and so we're a rotating team. We meet them where they are, but it is not as reliable as making sure that a true MTSS is built. So yes, we would like to have a couple team members on our youth and foster care, and we intend to move forward with doing that because we know the power of that. But we also need to make sure, as Dr. Chanhill has mentioned, there are so many reliable, our RTI wellness teachers on our campuses are undeniably trusted people, and they have trusted spaces. That's what our kids respond to. We have our STARS room. There's no reason why the wellness rooms and our wellness centers can't also act as a space like that. So we really have beautiful resources and gems already within our campuses, and we want to bolster that with the supplements that we provide with our team. So we are looking for other things. It's just a slight pause and adjustment right now, but we will continue to provide support. It's just right now we are sacrificing, but we will be back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to make reference back to a presentation by Dr. Blanco and our team, and also thinking about the most effective ways of looking at servicing our students. And when we reduce our staff to meet the enrollment in a school, when we talk about our buildings and our facilities, we're missing a really important conversation, which is our academic programs. And as we move into the future, we're really going to have to take a tough look at our academic programs and understand which programs we simply cannot afford. And how these academic programs need to be phased out so that we can really provide more consistent services. So I think that in the near future, we're going to have some very difficult conversations about our specialized programs at our schools. I also think that although not ideal because grants are complicated and short-term, I think that we can become allies and partners in supporting those efforts through our own work, but also through our partnerships and connections in the community. I know that PEF is a partner in supporting the grant writing, but also we can serve as advocates within the community to try to figure out and how to use the position of the board and the strategic spaces where we serve and work and live to try to leverage some additional outside support for this. And that includes legislation, because in many cases, what's happening is that public schools have become the hubs of all of the inequities, and public schools become spaces to subsidize all of the services that families and communities are not receiving. And I think that in our position, we can use our contacts and legislative efforts to really highlight that and demand better from our local and city officials, right? I want to live in a city that demands that their city councils send their children to public schools.
I had a question on trying to understand the savings. I think on the fiscal stability plan, it had some totals at the bottom. The one-time savings, did we build, when we planned the budget, I guess this is for Mr. Udo, did we, back in June, when we adopted the budget for this year and we were looking at the multi-year, were we intending to keep the one-time positions in 24, 25?
Some of it, yes, specifically to special ed. And some at the school site. The challenge was, as I mentioned earlier, and I think Dr. Blanco already mentioned, several programs that typically will shift back to S&C after the raise. They didn't plan for or anticipate the raise, couldn't shift back into S&C. So general fund absorbed all those programs. So no, we didn't anticipate it. A few we did.
But so this 9 million or almost 9.5, we never built into the 24, 25 multi-year projection.
Some of it we did build into the 24, 25. Example, the special ed, remember I mentioned.
Then they're not on this list anymore. That's what I'm saying. This 9.5 doesn't have them, correct?
I don't know the number you're looking at because.
It's the one that's on the bottom of the third page it's the one-time savings included in 24, 25 budget.
Everything on the one time that is included as savings are savings in the sense that if those were not cut, general fund will pay for it. So they were in first interim. I already recognized those in first interim, but not in adopted budget.
Okay, I guess I saw a huge decrease in restricted back in adopted. So I assumed that, and because we didn't, I remembered that we had put money into the reserves to keep some of them, but
Yes.
we didn't have it when we adopted the budget. That commitment was gone.
The commitment was gone because the board gave other commitments. I pulled the money back and the board
Okay.
gave directions on the commitments that we should
So I was
make.
trying to, so you're saying that this was already removed when we looked at first interim.
Yes.
And then the second part, the ongoing reductions, which is the next few pages, where there's another about 12.8 for 24, 25. That was also in first interim.
Most of the cuts you see here is just implementation of what I told you for first interim.
Okay.
The extras were the programs that were not anticipated.
And again, most of the savings here, I think 18 million, are from restricted, which is why we're not seeing unrestricted really decrease. It was only about 3.6.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a couple quick comments. I know that I received a couple of emails from school sites about concern over losing positions that they had funded out of their site councils. And we gave schools a larger amount last year than we ever had in the past of S&C, and we reduced that. So I'm going to say maybe they may have gotten like a third this year of what they'd gotten in the past. And so that wasn't really a decision per se that the board discussed or that came to the board. And so I just don't know if sites were expecting that. So some of the positions on the reductions list that came from site councils, not necessarily because they wanted to cut them, but just because there was a lot less funding going to them this year. I wanted to echo some of the concerns about the CWAS, CWAS, SWSS staff. It almost looked like 2/3 of that department was being cut, but the part that is my concern is that about half of that amount of the people being cut were coming out of S&C, which means we had written them into our LCAP. We'd written the services for foster youth. We'd written services to address chronic absenteeism, which I think we agree is still an ongoing problem. And so by removing the people, I don't know if we're then replacing it with other services in the LCAP for next year. I mean, I would hate us to not have any services in the LCAP for foster youth. And again, this is a lot of people. So I just had a concern specifically about, I'm not saying that other departments weren't cutting as well. I'm just saying a lot of departments either have vacant positions or positions that were funded with one-time funds. SWSS we decided to fund them for those particular purposes, and those purposes, I think, are still important to us, and we know that some of that money is for foster youth.
Can I respond to your first two, because I can't remember that many?
I'm just commenting, but.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to clarify what you were saying about money going to school sites and schools having to reduce some positions. They had carryover. Usually we don't allow schools to buy people out of carryover. It's a very poor practice. But because they had ESSER money that was given to school sites and carryover, some of them did buy people. So they're not getting, the increase in money we gave them was also carryover that we had.
Right, but
So-
it wasn't their carryover. Again, they didn't carry over money.
Okay, I just
I
want to
don't-
let you know that it was.
No,
one-
I
like
understand
one-time
that it
money.
was the prior year's money that we didn't spend of S&C. But the upshot was we gave them a larger chunk of money.
Yes, and they bought people with money that we don't usually allow them to buy people with. That's why they have to lay off the people now, because they don't have the money anymore.
Were they told not to do that?
Yes, they begged us because.
they did it anyway.
They needed people and it was
Well, let's-
carryover.
Well, let's
you know.
remember that 85% of our expenditures are people, so I'm not sure what we thought. So we gave them 3 times as much money that was prior, it was carryover, and then we gave them a little money that wasn't, their normal little money, and so that is perfectly fine.
But they were told not to hire people, correct?
That's a
then we
basic,
allowed them
that
to
was a
anyway.
basic rule.
How did
but
we allow them to anyway?
Because there was, they had so much carryover and they felt having people to help the students was the best way for them to spend it.
So then the alternative to that would be say to them, you have to fire this person who's already working with children? Is that the alternative to that? Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, we're talking about why that some of the.
We let
school-
them.
We let them hire people on temporary money that was temporary.
we gave them more money 1 year, and then we didn't ever give it, didn't give it to them again, although we could have. So
And the
I have
site
two more
plans
things.
did
and I
come
just-
to the board, so when you talk about who allowed them to spend the money on people, we did.
What was in the budget? You can't really see it.
So I don't think we can really blame if that is what was happening here. I mean, what I'm concerned about is it's this is a he said, she said going back in time, and I'm not sure if this really helps this
Yeah,
situation.
all I think I said is that we decided we didn't fund school sites the same way we did in a prior year, and it was not something we discussed. So it happened.
But we did discuss it, didn't we, Mr. Cahill?
So I think Mrs. Kenny's point is
reducing
that if we were going to
allocations to
reduce school funds, we probably should have discussed it even if it was carryover. So I think, we can talk about if you want schools budgeted and getting more money out of LCAP, then there'll be more additional things that will cut.
So last two things. So
Let me answer the second one. The redesign is coming from Dr. Reynoso, so she's still getting some money in the LCAP to figure out the redesign. We're not taking all her foster youth money away, we just couldn't keep all the positions, so.
we couldn't keep 5 out of 5. So we gave her 0. I know she has Africans at the school sites.
This gave us a great explanation about what's going to be happening. I feel really good about it.
I saw that we were going to rely on other people.
Well, that's, no, that's not what she said.
In the memo?
We're
The memo,
gonna, we have other options.
And
It's
apply
just
for a grant. I
Yes,
get
and we have incredible community partners. I want to, like, our integrity of this program means the world to us, so
No, I understand. And my point, though,
we're
was
designing.
the LCAP and S&C money for foster youth.
Correct.
We should spend some of it. Okay.
We're going to.
So just real quick, so if you remember my earlier comments about we spent a lot of money this year. And so part of the reason that I wanted more context around the layoffs last time was not just how many people are going away, how many people are staying. I mean, it's important to know there's 5 and then we take away 5. But so on the, two of the things, and I'm not picking them out because these jobs are not important or but I just wanted to reflect, last year we had 6 computer repair techs. We added and got up to 15 this year. And now we're cutting 3, so we will still have next year double what we had 2 years ago. So that's what I mean by, without looking at the context, we are still increasing staff, which again, we may have very good reasons and programs we want to support, but we can't support every single program in that way because then you have $20 million, $30 million deficits. Same thing with communications. We had 3 people, we went to 5 people, now we're going to 4 people. So we're still going to have next year more than we had last year.
I have a question.
And then my last comment, if I can just finish my comments, I was a little concerned, as an example, just about the program specialist at McKinley. So it says there's no impact because we're going to staff the school with an assistant principal. So if we were funding a one-time position, the money goes away, and then we add a brand-new position because they don't have an assistant principal, this person's acting there, then not only are we not saving, we are adding?
Yeah, so in that case, what you're saying is true, but we funded the person out of COVID funds to free up general fund because we could. So, I mean, there is always intention that if it was, that person had.
No, I understand, I'm just saying it's not savings, because we're adding the cost back. And that's my concern, is that we're spending a lot of money, that's my concern.
I have a question that's really important for me to ask, and it's about tech. And it is for Mr. Garcia. One of the concerns I've been getting a lot is about the Chromebooks, and when Chromebooks are damaged, and then we have to deliver another Chromebook, because the Chromebooks are like textbooks now, correct? So if we are losing techs, how is that going to affect the service in your department? Because we seem to be increasing the needs for the service because we are an increasingly technological society.
So the 3 positions are vacant. So we've gone through 3 rounds of hiring for the computer repair technicians, and it hasn't been filled yet. So there was 3 positions that we hadn't filled. So at the time we were looking to, save money, right? We're like, okay, well, maybe we can hold off for a little bit on these with the team that we already have, and let's go forward. The other thing with the tech is we're looking at ways to save on the Chromebooks and providing a different level of service support for them. So they have different tiers, right? So it might cost a little bit more, but we are looking at getting back down to a single model of Chromebook, and maybe they don't need to be as high, right? But maybe we can we can bring that cost down and then up the service warranty that we have on them to be quicker.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question to you, because your comments were interesting, but what should we do with them?
Perhaps it's hard because this is our first conversation on the fiscal stability plan that was really implemented back in December. I mean, we approved a budget that had all of this in it already, including all these layoffs. But to Michelle's point, what was the process? Where was the board involved in thinking about what the cut should be, what the cut shouldn't be, which,
I got that from your contribution, but what I want to know is the future. What do we do now?
mean this year or the next budget cycle? Because we're done with,
Right, so you were very pointed at identifying a challenge. Now, besides pointing it out, how do we move to correct it, clarify it, move it forward? Like, what do you propose?
Well, the board has a board policy about program planning and budget planning. And back in the fall, I asked Dr. Blanco a couple times are we doing the board policy, following it in terms of where it says the staff will come forward with the budget and program planning timeline, so that we would kind of be able to see along where all the different steps were happening. But there was a timeline published, but it really was talking more about last year's budget, not about looking forward to 24, 25. So we could follow our policy next year. We could have a conversation about doing it a different way. You're saying that I shouldn't make the comments tonight because...
No, I'm not
Okay.
saying that.
All right.
I'm saying, okay, now you make those comments, sounds great. All right, and so what do you want to do with that next? It's an evaluation of what happened in the past, so we can either propose doing something different for the future. We can propose an amendment for what it's done. We can, I just want to transform the reflection into something else.
Every year, I hope that we'll follow the program planning and budget planning cycle that's already in our board policy.
Right, but that is a very ambiguous ask.
To ask if we follow policy,
We
I
have
don't know.
30 minutes left on the time.
So I just want to make one comment that tomorrow we start budget planning. So if the board wants to be very involved, no problem, yes, for next year.
I'm sorry, for 25, 26?
So that's.
So
what-
from one aspect, a big chunk of budget planning for 24, 25 is done. That we can make no other changes to personnel except to add, which with our deficits, perhaps we shouldn't. So while the budget isn't finally built, the options for 85% of our choices have gone away as soon as we approve the next two items. So I appreciate that they're still finalizing the budget. But now it's looking forward to 25, 26, which hopefully we can start in August.
We can do that too, but I didn't know if you wanted to give input on 24, 25 in any way. Because we are working on the redesigns. We are going to work with small groups of people too on some of it, and not just sit in the room and do it ourselves. So I don't know how involved you want to be between now and June.
Okay, I know we're short on time, so I'll try and make this as quick as possible. The first one is So that first bullet item there, I agree with Dr. Velasquez. And as a matter of fact, one of the reasons why I disagreed with the first interim budget is I thought that sort of freezing open positions and not hiring people was probably step 2, and step 1 was that, which we still haven't done, which we talked about a year and a half ago. So I'm glad that it's on there for next steps for 24-25. I hope the board follows through on it. I think it's very, very, very important, because that core is stuff that we have to do. And everything that's outside of that is things that we choose to do. And sometimes staff will go off of a board consensus about we need to keep our special programs. Okay, so they're going to budget to keep the special programs. But if we're not actually paying attention to how much we're spending on those special programs, they're bringing us cuts like custodians. Maybe we want a custodian more than Avid or whatever. Sorry, Madison, I'm not picking, this is the first one that popped into my head. So there's that. The second is, on that list is a board policy about parameters to staffing to ratio as opposed to staffing to program, or how we want to do that. I had a question for the board. Do they want us to take that up at policy, or do we want to talk about staffing to ratio, staffing to program here in the full board? Probably we should make a decision about that.
We can't do it tonight.
One of the things, well, it's in the next step, so we should at least indicate to the superintendent if we want a recommendation to come back to us on an agenda, I suppose. There are a couple of decisions that we can make as a board that impact some of our fiscal outcomes and some of our staffing problems. So one of the reasons why we're overstaffed is because in many cases, we need a half a person at a site, but you can't hire a half an AP at a high school. So, staff says the principal's overworked, they need some more people, but there's not enough enrollment at the site by staffing ratio to justify a full-time AP, but we want to hire one anyway. So we've done that, and there's good reasons to do that, but we feed into that a little bit sometimes because, especially when it comes to teachers, because we don't lock enrollment. And so I've been told that other districts do this, where if you come in August and you didn't open enroll into the site and you didn't previously, your kids weren't there last year and you didn't indicate you were coming back, and you want a seat in 4th grade and 4th grade is full, right now we let you in to that school, which is how we wind up with 2 or 3 or 4 more 4th graders than we can support by normal staffing ratios. And then the staff needs to make a decision. Principals need to decide, do we hire another teacher? Do we have a 4-5 split? And staff does those because we as a board have implemented this policy where, nope, if you show up in your neighborhood school on the day of enrollment, you get in. We can revisit that decision ourselves, and perhaps we should if we're going to have lots of small schools. So we should talk about that. And that one we can decide, that's one of the few things we can do now that will impact budget numbers next year, because it will impact the number of school sites that need those half people and don't get them. So those were my main things that I want to get in. I could talk more, but as been pointed out, it's late, so I just mentioned those.
And then I'm going to entertain a motion right after Tina asks her yes, no question.
And the person that gets the yes, no question is Mr. Udo. And this is from my husband, so he'll be very happy. He thinks that you said if you align multiple academic programs, that equals savings. Did you say that? If you align academic programs, that will be a savings.
I don't think I'm that intelligent to say that. Maybe my accent.
Maybe programs, a generic program, maybe not academic programs.
It might be more than a yes or no question, because I'm assuming you want to know what he meant by it.
Yes.
Rather, he just said it. So
Yes.
maybe you can follow up, because if he said it, he probably said it on tape, and then you can
It's possible.
reach out afterwards and find out what he
Yeah,
meant.
if you give me more context.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Now it's on
I'm getting
record that I
older.
asked the question. Okay, thank you.
So is there a motion?
I move approval.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Any opposed? Passes 5-2. All right, we are going on, and unless people mind a lot, can we do 4 and 5 together?
Yes.
All right. There is, I don't know that there's a present. Pardon me? No, 4 and 5 are both consent. I'm sorry, 4 and 5 are both before consent. I have one public comment card. Is Renee not here?
No.
Well, then I guess I don't have a public comment card. I didn't either. I don't know if there's any presentation from Dr. Canal, if anyone has questions or comments. Yes.
So I just want to, I want to echo the thing Kim's, that was the other thing I forgot to mention. I did want to echo Kim's note that it's good to see the position count, but without knowing how many people the department has, you're not really sure how big of a cut it is for each thing. This has always been one of my complaints about these layoff resolutions is it doesn't tell you by business, like if you're letting go an accountant, well, are you letting go an accountant that's in business ops, or are you letting go an accountant that you hired to help academics on a particular, so there's no way to discern that from this. And having a better sense of where, in what departments these positions are being laid off in, and what the percentage they represent of that staff type in that department, I really think goes a long way to pre-warn, letting the board know roughly what sort of impact they're looking at. The example that I give, that Michelle, I'm sure, remembers quite well, is when we laid off the locksmith, and we only had one locksmith. And so then there was a big to-do about not having a locksmith. And so that it's just those sorts of things where staff sometimes says, well, this position is open and the board gave us direction to close, positions that are unfilled over. So I guess we're gonna lay off the locksmith, but we really need that. So I would encourage us to ask that next time we have a force reduction, that we get a little bit more detail on impacts, but that's just my preference, and I will shut up now.
I had a question that followed on maybe from Patrice's. So when you gave those figures, and I think it was 106 were filled, if I said, what number of pink slips are we sending out, or March 15th notices, is that the same number, 106? Or with the reassignments, is it something different?
That is correct, the latter. So in terms of the layoff notices, it really depends. Obviously, in terms of actual layoff notice, for example, for certificated staff, right now it's at 17. Layoff notices for classified, it would look like it would be 36.
So people who will receive notices that go out tomorrow is 53.
Yes, as an example, for classified.
Roughly 53. Roughly 53. So I don't know if that, so when we were asking about reassigned, et cetera, so the 106 that are filled, only 53 people, maybe not the same people, because of how this works in terms of bumping, but only 53 people will be being noticed.
Is that both classified?
Yeah, it was 17 for certificated and 36 for classified.
Yes.
And hopefully I added it correctly. All right.
So I do.
Sorry.
When I looked at the list, and I printed it out, I was a little perplexed. Because there looks like there are so many cuts being made at the school sites. I'm a little bit confused about, are some of those vacancies in this?
Yes.
Okay. Because when we get it, like, we've gotten it 2 or 3 different ways now, and it hasn't been easy trying to make the connection. It's almost like I have to look at them side by side, and I'm not able to do that right now. So when I looked at this, so I see where you redlined, I guess initially you were gonna lay off 4 behavior specialists and then now it's 2. But
2 vacant positions, yes.
so those positions, so the others aren't in red. Are all these vacant positions?
All of them are not vacant positions in terms of classified. 45 of that list that you have before you are vacant.
Okay, and we already have that information from the first time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you explain going from the psychologist from 9 to 8 and how that happened?
Yes, it was, again, trying to look at assisting with part of the concern, despite the fact that the explanation I gave in terms of ratio earlier, is to ensure that, my understanding is there was a backup in terms of cases that they have actually made an indention in terms of being able to become current, and they still need some support with that. So it's to provide additional support for them. So it was really assessing the needs, again, continue to talk to the special ed department and looking at what support they need. And that's how they indicated that one additional person would assist with the backlog of cases. In the slide that you had before you, it actually provided you a breakdown of some of the support that they would provide.
And then are some of these vacant, the 8?
There's two resignations, if memory serves me correctly.
So those 6 are filled.
Yes.
So the department themselves said they can just manage with 1 more. That's why it went from 9 to 8.
Are you talking about the leaders in the department or the people in the site group?
I don't know
mean,
who.
I did the staffing based, I did their staffing, a lot of it myself, based on what I know for special ed, based on what was in the 18-19 ratios. And I decided to give them an extra person. Also, if you look, I've never had 4 preschool assessors and 2 private school assessors. I also went based on their recommendation to keep those positions, which usually the private school assessments can be done by the psych at the school. So I did do a lot of listening to what they believe is their needs, but, that's escalating cost, and we just have to monitor the workload and the caseload more closely next year.
So,
Wait, hold on. So
sorry, go ahead.
you directed the 1. You decided the 1. Okay.
Took the behaviorist off the list. I looked at their caseloads the behaviorist had, and they have 4 behaviorists now, and all the cases are covered. So they didn't even know that they had 2 vacancies in the budget.
And then special ed, the last one, 7 positions. Why did that move, and how many are vacant?
Was the question, I'm sorry, go
If
ahead.
any are vacant.
We believe that most of those will be observed. There's vacancies.
So we recovered 1 psychologist, but we didn't recover any special ed.
The teachers more than likely all be filled, just because
Yes.
current vacancies and the needs in special ed. So even though they're on the list, they will be, those positions will come back.
Oh.
The positions might not come back, but the people
will come back.
will not
Oh,
lose their
okay.
jobs.
Right, the positions go away, but the folks are reassigned to vacant positions where there's other needs. So there's a difference between the position and the personnel.
So there might be a mix of, we had added positions because of the pandemic, and we're reducing back to pre-pandemic, and we may have had some need change where we just don't need a position anymore. But if we have other vacancies over here in the positions we're keeping, the people in these jobs will move over there.
And what positions are they?
Special education teachers.
Okay.
just within, so I'm just.
Special ed to special ed?
That's correct.
It's the fun that Dr. Cannell has to do in terms of moving the chess pieces around.
There's a lot of more work to be done, but yes, that is the next part.
He just sits with,
So I have
Thank you.
another question about the instructional aid layoffs. We're paying an agency for instructional aides. Have we considered deducting from that group and keeping our own?
Once we determine the staffing needs, we will reopen those positions. This is to balance the budget. So right now, they're budgeted in two different places. They're budgeted in agency, they're budgeted in personnel. So we don't want to have that double budgeting. So we closed our vacancies, we're doing analysis of agency, and we'll see how many vacancies we need to reopen in the new budget process.
but to Michelle's question, because are you talking about the two instructional aides for special education, or are you talking about the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 above them that have nothing to do with special education?
No, I was speaking to special education.
And I'm speaking to whichever aides we're contracting out, are they only special education?
Only special education are being.
Okay, then, so, because what I'm not understanding is why we're cutting our people first and not looking at reducing agency first.
We are looking at reducing agency in the special ed department, and then we will open as many positions as we need in the new budget. We're also balancing the budget. In terms of Kim mentioning that those aides are in other departments, I'd have to ask Dr. Cannell what departments they came from.
Well, they're probably from school sites, and were being paid with their site council funds, referenced my earlier remark that went down.
Okay.
Everybody needs to speak faster.
Okay, and then with regards to the bilingual instructional aides.
So I would have to double check, but I'm thinking those were hired by school sites, especially DLIP program school sites, when they had site council funds and Title I funds last year, and it's coming from their site councils.
Most of them were from those school site funds, but there was one, I believe, that was paid out of ESSER, and the school was aware that it was a 1 year.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure, if someone follows it so closely by emotion that I
So
can
this,
really tell the
I'll
difference.
make a motion. So the comment is, I want to let our labor partners know, one of the things that that always causes some consternation is the difference between what the initial budget looks like and what the unaudited actuals look like. We are eliminating a lot of positions that were budgeted but were vacant. That means for this year, our ending fund balance is going to look bigger than they suspect that it should, based on these conversations, because these are positions that are in the budget that now won't be in the budget for next year. So they were budgeted, but they're not actuals. They never got hired. I want to point that out because we still have the structural deficit that's still going to eat into our 3-year outcome. So the whole point of this conversation that we're having here tonight is to make it so that third year works. So if you look at, I just don't want people calling me up and saying, why did we lay this person off? And then our ending fund balance went up. That's going to happen. So
It has a little ways to go before.
that too.
So I'm sorry, did you make that motion?
Sorry, I did not. I will move these.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
And I'll move consent.
And I'll second. All in favor of consent? And we are done. Thank you for proposing
Now, all of the
11.
new business that you all wanted to talk about.
No, because it's not on the agenda, but I was going to say 10:30, so thank you for saying 11.
All right. I mean, I'm just saying that you like to talk about all of these new things. All of you, all of us, we like.